Hello, this is RJ City, and I am ethically opposed to any more wrestling podcasts. I don't know why you guys are talking about wrestling. It is a niche product. It is a very small industry. Yet, at this point, there's more wrestling podcasts than there are wrestlers. There is something wrong with society as a whole, but as you get smaller and smaller into wrestling, and then the wrestling podcast sphere, it gets even worse. And one such example, if I may turn on the microscope and look at the drudgery that happens to be True Heel Heat. SP3, Sid, this is your fault.
Upbeat person, you're watching True Heel Heat.
Hello. It is me, your True Heel Phenom, SP3, and we are live on the True Heel Heat YouTube and Facebook for AEW Full Gear 2025 review, breaking down last night's show from Newark, New Jersey, where Swerve Strickland is now back in AEW and coming to make the save for his arch nemesis, Hangman Adam Page, against Samoa Joe and the Ops, or let me correct myself, new AEW World Champion Samoa Joe and the Ops with newest member Hook, which has pissed off a whole lot of AEW fans, it seems, and we're here to bring it all down with you as only we can. And to do that, I am joined by my esteemed colleague from the True Heel Heat flagship podcast. We got the True Draw, Josh. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. Yeah. Well, what an end to a main event, I don't know.
You got a shocking title change, and that's it. Nothing else happened on the way there. We also got with us the main man over at Dirt Sheet Radio. He usually joins us on the flagship podcast following these major AEW pay-per-views, but we decided to switch it up for Full Gear and have him on the review. He is the one and only John Escudero. How you doing?
I got promoted. I'm excited. I'm on the Big Dog Show. Yeah, man, this is another situation where I go into the AEW pay-per-view like, nah, it's a B show, whatever. We'll see. I'll probably have fun with the matches. And then I come out the other side like, Tony Khan is a genius. Promotion of the fucking year in America. God damn, I love AEW. So, I mean, I'm happy to talk about this in depth.
Yeah, I was like thinking about that this morning, where I was just like, damn, man. I went into this pay-per-view, I crapped on it. We did like a near 3-hour preview where I was just crapping on all the builds. I was like, it's sad when one of the better built matches is $1 million matchup. So I was done with like the no Moxley and O'Reilly being no holds barred instead of a submission match. Why are you doing multiple matches in Plunder? And I mean, I'm not gonna say I was wrong. I was kind of right. That was kind of, if we're gonna nitpick the show, that was kind of one of the issues, and the usual issue of you don't run an East Coast show past midnight, Tony Khan. You honestly shouldn't run a
We should get
like
into
it should always be 4 hours or less, because man, I was in the crowd. I got to experience what like Josh and Chrissy told me about Forbidden Door 2024. And I got to experience it at Full Gear 2025. If you're on the East Coast and you're running these marathon shows, no one would complain if it was in the afternoon, but everyone complains. And it has a very much a noticeable effect on the show because you're running these marathon shows. What did you think, John, about that? Because I think that's the real kind of valid criticism of last night's show.
I think I don't mind the length of the show at all. I think going past midnight is the issue because, particularly in New Jersey, I was at WrestleMania 35. I remember what happened when I waited 3 hours after the show because there's fucking 50,000 people there to get on the train. But once we got on the train, I didn't know that was the last train. So there were actually thousands of people stranded behind me. And I didn't know that till I got home. And I was so scared, like, oh gosh, that could have been me. I didn't know how I would have got home. So when it comes to the East Coast, when it comes to New Jersey, I don't have no problem with 4.5 hour shows. I think when you charge it $50 and they come off this fucking great, then yes, put all the meat on my sandwich, fill that shit up. But probably shouldn't be running past midnight on the East Coast, particularly because of travel reasons. I mean, if you're in New York, take the train, fuck off. But I mean,
it's even worse. It's even worse if you're media. We didn't get out of the media scrum till 2 a.m.
And Tony will just keep you there too. I think it's funny. It's 2 a.m.
I was one of the people that had my hand raised when he was like, "Has everybody asked the question?" I wanted to ask the question. I had my hand raised, and then it was like he was like, "I want to answer as many questions." And then I looked at my clock. I was like, "It's 1:58. I don't care about this question." I had a teacher next to me too, and he wanted to ask the question. I was like, "All right, go ahead. It's fine."
It was good though, but I know but yeah, I just wanted to make that difference because I'm okay with 4.5 hours, or even sometimes they go fucking almost 5. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I don't want nothing cut off the show. I just wish we would start in the afternoon because I like the afternoon early start, and I'm on the West Coast anyway, so it gives me more of the evening to play.
Yeah. What do you think, Josh?
Well, I mean, you know me. Usually Saturdays, for me, I really don't give a shit when it comes to that because I'm off the next day anyway. Obviously, the biggest issue for me would be Sundays, just because I'm like, damn, bro, I got to go to work and this shit is still going on. But I mean, the length. I mean, I've gotten so used to the length that it's like now it's not even like surprising anymore. So it's kind of like I understand the criticism to it. But for me, it's like it's whatever. But as far as like attending the shows, then yeah, I mean, I would give a shit if I'm attending. That's the reason why I didn't go to Full Gear last night, because I'm like, all right, they're gonna start the main card at 8:00, and I was like, I know my ass gonna be there past 12:00. I'm not doing that. I was like, I'm not making that trip, especially into the dump like New Jersey. Who wants to be stuck in New Jersey? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I just think that I could understand. Like, I was of y'all guys kind of thinking of, I'm fine. It's more wrestling for my buck. But being in the crowd, I saw what the real effect is. What the real difference is that it kills those crowds. And the final 3 matches were like the first of the three of the last three matches were great in their own right. I think Mercedes and Statlander was tremendous, but the crowd heat wasn't there because it's a fucking marathon show. And the crowd was like, the little bit of energy that they had, it was for Kenny Omega chants in the $1 Million matchup. And then they had no energy at all for the main. They got up for the entrances of the main event. They died down for the action of the main event. And then they got up for the ending of the main event and Swerve's return. Like I think that's the real difference. Like I understand my personal feeling of, watching a 4-hour show. If I'm at home, yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's more wrestling for my buck. Yeah. But also watching a show, it does affect that as well, because you're seeing the crowd not reacting to stuff that they usually would get up for, but because they just got worn out. And the real big thing is the problem that I said on the preview. I said it on AE Ramble. You did a no holds barred matchup, no DQ match. As soon as Moxley and O'Reilly came out, I looked at Kate from Fightful and I was like, this motherfucker's gonna run a no holds barred match. And then he's gonna run the no DQ match right fucking after. And then she's like, no, he's not gonna do that. He's got the $1 Million matchup up. I was like, it's Tony Khan. And then everybody in the media section was like, oh my God, SP3 just knows everything. Because I called multiple entrants in the Casino Gauntlet before they came out. I called that. And everybody was like, oh yeah, you know what you're talking about. I was like, I've been watching this for 6 years. I know who this guy is. He does not get it. Right? He does not. He like what I'm trying to get from y'all is to take it out yourself and realize what's the effect of the pay-per-view. And what I want for Tony Khan is get outside of yourself and realize what you're doing to your fans and the people in the building.
I think pacing is the issue there. I think more than the length, more than anything, I think there's an inability to use foresight to kind of tell how the crowd's going to react and when you need them to react. Particularly putting those two bloody matches back to back. I don't even care that they were no holds barred and no DQ, but they were both bloodbaths. So it takes away the impact of it being a bloodbath back to back. I mean, I seen the defense. The defense is that they were two very different type of matches, and I agree. I just don't. But they were both bloodbath matches, so I would want them with the athletic competition in the middle. You know, like we could have done the $1 Million tag match in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that matchup was paced in a way where you could have like gotten into it as it went on, and then they would have been up because that ending of the $1 Million matchup and the Elite reunion got the fans up a little bit, so they would have been higher for the beginning of Briscoe and Fletcher. I think that hurt the beginning of that matchup because it followed a bloodbath and you knew you were going to get a brawl here, the same type of bloodbath as well. So
another thing too is, and I know people might not like this, but there is a reason why WWE used to and sometimes still utilizes the buffer match. I know, like, oh God, I'm watching a pay-per-view. I don't want to see QT Marshall and fucking Big Boom AJ on the card. But you know what? That would have served a really good purpose to put some space in between two big matches.
You know what I was, because this was my first pay-per-view this year. And you know what I remembered? I remembered All In London. And I remembered that show. I thought was really well paced. You know why? Because you had the buffer match. Chris Jericho. I went to 2 pay-per-views last year, and Chris Jericho was the self-appointed buffer match, and he is so missed on a card like this where I didn't want to miss any of the matches. I couldn't have a breather. The fans didn't have a breather. It was from the minute the opening pyro went off and Okada made his entrance till Briscoe winning his title. The crowd was really good. It was really good to great at certain points, like FTR and Brodido and Briscoe and Fletcher's finish. They were great for that, but it was the slow decline from that high of Briscoe winning the title. It was a slow decline that they got slightly more up by the end of the show.
Ironically, they end up more as the show goes on. They end up more and more like a WWE crowd. Like, we only have the energy to pop for entrances and finishes. Give us what you got. We'll meet you there. But yeah, understandable. I agree. Putting people out that late. I mean, even if the show wasn't that long, even if it was 2 hours, You got them out at 12:30 a.m. So now they're dead tired. There's kids in the crowd. They probably shouldn't be on a show like this, but there's kids in the crowd.
Yeah, that's what Michael said. Because she switched seats to the floor and she saw a whole bunch of kids on the floor, and she was like, a lot of them were there to see their cowboy Hangman Page wrestle, and they had to struggle to keep their eyes open to see the cage match.
Yep, I agree. That's it really does suck for the kids. And then that's not clutching pearls either. I like that they should be there for all the blood. They get blood splattered on them. That's even more fun. But yeah, wake up. I agree.
What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I do. I kind of agree with that. I guess last night wasn't too much of a bother for me. It was just more funny that we had a certain somebody in our chat complain about it. Just like the other things he complained about. But at least to me, I think maybe that's why I was more like, you're complaining. Like, it's working. You're complaining. You're always complaining about something. But, you know, for me, I understand. I think they should have split it, especially what we end up getting. No holds bar, you know, even though no holds bar, it was like fucking death match, basically. Like, you know, it was basically a fucking death match. And then, you know, Mark and Fletcher, I mean, we already knew that was going to be violent too, but I thought like that should have been like split based off of that, because it's like there were two different type of matches, but I mean, when you go all out with that much blood, I mean, yeah, I think it's probably safe to say that should have been split.
I think for the,
you know,
go ahead.
You just mentioned blood. I was gonna say that whole show was full of blood. The last 2 weeks,
dude,
of AEW,
I mean, always.
Like, I was like, it was 3 heavy bloodbaths on the card. Like, I understand for the production crew, that's what we noticed being there live, is that
he's trying to watch that
crew,
shit.
for the production crew, it's a little beneficial to do the 2 bloodbaths back to back, then they can clean up and prepare for the bloodbath in the main event. But as far as a pace show, if you're gonna have 3 bloodbaths, this is a cool thing you could do, Tony. You could do 1 at the beginning, 1 in the middle, 1 at the end.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah. I know that sounds crazy to you, but you could have done that.
Absolutely. 3. It's pretty much the perfect pacing for 3 bloodbaths. 1 in the beginning, 1 in the middle, and 1 in the end. But it's very blood heavy these past 2 weeks. I wonder if that's like fucking that's gonna keep going, or was it just the season? This is the
season for bleeding. But yes, we have been on for about 19 or 18 minutes, but we appreciate y'all for joining us live. Appreciate y'all for watching us on demand. Remember to show your appreciation back the simplest way possible. You could drop a thumbs up on this video. You could share this video with all your wrestling fans, friends, and family on all your favorite social media platforms. If you're new to the True Hill Heat YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell to stay notified for all the great content here. And of course, you can sound off in the comment section if you're watching us on demand. If you're with us live, you can sound off in the live chat. We love to interact with all of you guys. Hear your thoughts on last night's pay-per-view AEW Full Gear 2025. Any thoughts, any takes, any opinions you want to have read out on screen, you want to make sure we talk about it, you can send a super chat donation. Any dollar amount matters. It goes back to contributors that you see on screen with us here, and we always appreciate the support. Like our good brother Chuck Berries, who says, yo, THH family, gotta make this quick because I'm at work. But do y'all think that Hangman's reign as champion was too short? Because I've seen a few comments from various places saying such. I did not expect Hangman Adam Page to lose the AEW World Championship last night. I did see some people online who were predicting that this was going to happen because of the steel cage stipulation, because of the weird build to the matchup. Like, I noted about it on the preview and on AE Ramble this week. I was like, the fact that Hangman and Joe's best segment together during this feud was a back and forth promo exchange that they did back at Title Tuesday in October to set up the Wrestle Dream matchup. And we had a full pay-per-view cycle with no promo exchanges between those two. I did notice that. And that was weird to me. That was a weird booking choice. But now in retrospect, it looks like a choice because you're saving some promo exchanges for the next matchup because it's a trilogy instead of a two-parter that most of us thought that Hangman was just going to win. Do I think his reign was too short? Yes. Only because his last reign was of a similar length. And this was supposed to be the reign that really solidified him. However, I think for a reign of 4 months, it's as good as it could have been. It's as good as it could have been. He beat top stars. He beat Moxley. He beat MJF. He had that classic with Fletcher. He beat Joe at Wrestle Dream. Had a TV title defense against Moxley. Had a TV title defense against Lee Moriarty. It's as good as it can be at that 4 month length. I just wish it could have been longer.
I love Hangman so much. I love seeing him as champion. I love seeing him triumphant. That's why I am okay that he lost. I know that sounds crazy. Give me a second. It's a very effective storytelling tactic. And if you don't do it all the time, it's even more effective. So when Joe actually got that 3, fucking Hook got involved in the match, and I still didn't think Hangman was gonna lose. Like, he was interfering and everything, and I still thought it was gonna end with Hangman overcoming everything. Joe getting that pinfall was like, what the fuck? And then when he got
the first visual pin, and then when he got the second visual pin, I was like, oh shit, they're doing it. Like, that's when it hit me. When he got 2 visual pins, I was like, oh shit, they're doing the title change. And then Hook came out. I was like, Hangman fought off Powerhouse Hobbs, and Hook didn't come out to fight him off. I was like, Hook's turning. That's what's gonna happen. Okay.
Hook grabbing the title and then smiling into the camera like that was just fucking perfect. But yeah, as far as too short, I don't agree that it was too short. I think that the expectation that it was going to be longer made that a much more effective moment.
That is true. That is true because it felt like the first big real like shock AEW world title.
I would say both Joe's title wins kind of felt like, what the fuck? Even the MJF one, people wanted MJF to lose, but I was like, I didn't think he would actually drop the title at World's End. I thought they had plans for him for Darby or whatever. So it's the second time that Joe walks out with the title, and I'm just like, I never saw this coming, but I am pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I can't complain about Samoa Joe being world champion. We do have a 4th member of the team joining us today. He just has to give me a thumbs up, and I think he has to turn his camera the right way because he looks sideways from what I see. There we go. Give me the thumbs up if you are ready to come on. We got joining us from the NWA podcast, from Post Wrestling and WrestleNomics, the one and only Professor Kris is here with us. How you doing, Professor Kris?
I've been better. I've been trying to I actually got here early. It's just for some reason the link that you sent me on Facebook isn't working on my desktop. So I'm trying to figure that out. I'm on my tablet right now. So just
no worries.
Bear with me, you know.
No worries at all. We're glad to have you. What did you overall thoughts on AEW Full Gear? That's what we've been kind of giving our thoughts. I gave my main criticism of the long 4-hour shows on the East Coast and ending shows past midnight on the East Coast. I don't think is wise, and it hurts the latter matches to me. But what did you think?
I mean, I thought it was a good. I mean, it wasn't an A+ pay-per-view like the last couple months, but it was still like a solid like B+. I like the pay-per-view. It's I do understand why my folks on the East Coast complain about the length of the pay-per-views. I do see that because when I was looking at my clock, it was like 11:20 p.m. and I was like, oh, that's not too bad. Well, I'm talking about the press conference, and then I'm like, well, it's 2:20 on the a.m. on the East Coast, so it's like, yeah, but there were some like parts of the show that were like you could tell the crowd was a little subdued, and then there were other parts where it was like they were really up. But I thought the show was solid. I mean, you know, they don't really know how to do bad pay-per-views, you know.
No, they seem immune to it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
There was a quote from Brian Alvarez the other day that kind of put things. I mean, I guess I kind of suspected it, but hearing him argue with that guy kind of also kind of reassured me in my own head, where it's like, I think Tony Khan, like, there sometimes we'll be like, man, the pay-per-views are always awesome with the weekly shows. Sometimes they get wonky, they get this and that. I don't think I think he books backward. Like, the pay-per-view is the goal, and then we'll figure out the angles as we get there, which is not like an ineffective thing to do, because look, fucking guarantees that almost every show their floor is like a B. When they have a B show, we notice because every other one is fucking A+. You know what I mean?
Right,
So
right.
it's not the worst thing. I think sometimes the weekly show it can be affected by that, but then the dividend is that you end up with shows like this. So it's balanced, you know.
Yeah, I think that Kris is on the money for where he kind of viewed the quality of the show. Like, it wasn't like all in, double or nothing. I think that's like the bench standard for AEW this year, or like the card for Revolution, other than the choice of the main event. Like, those three shows are like the cards that you would want from AEW, and were all well built. And then there's like the kind of the shows that are kind of like not the S tier, like those shows, or Revolution would be like an A tier. There's more like A tier shows. Then you got the B tier show. I think this show was better than Dynasty. I think Dynasty was their weakest show, because I think that was like where I was at the highest of my Death Rider fatigue. So like that's, I think that show ending the way it did, and Swerve losing the way that he did, I think that was the weakest show that they had, and I think I still gave that like a 7.5. So like, you're absolutely right. Like, the floor for AEW is a B at this point. We got in the chat Old Nutty saying this is the cycle. Everybody knows how it goes. Crap on AEW's builds and weekly show, get super long, banger PPVs, work yourself into a shoot for further TV, repeat the cycle.
I mean, he's not wrong. I see it all the time. I see every week. I run the damn Dirt Sheet Radio page, and the comments are almost always the same, like a video game. They just generate the same exact comments every month.
It's very true. It's very true. And I never miss an opportunity, Josh, to correct Danny in the chat, because I told him before to think before he comments. So Danny says, it should be mandatory for AEW pay-per-views to begin at like 3-4 p.m. The main event didn't begin till like 12:20 a.m. The main event ended at 12:20 a.m. Correct your words, or say sorry in the chat, and I'll accept it. I'll read your next comment. Anyway,
Tony had a defense for this that for a second made sense, but then I thought about it a little deeper, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. This is how he was like, well, I've been to boxing events, I've been to MMA events, and the main event doesn't start until like 12:30. But also, these events don't have like 4 hours prior of things happening that people actually watch and care about. Like, generally these UFC, these boxing events, you're like fucking around for the prelim. You're not paying attention to the show. Even the crowd, they're not.
Yeah.
I think the biggest difference is that a wrestling show, it's a theater show, so like everything is
like you could
written,
control.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, because with boxing matches, because I went to the last one I went to was like 4 years ago, and we didn't even go until like we knew the main event was about to start. No one goes for the preliminary matches to boxing shows. It's just is what it is.
We got Power Finisher who says Joe's visual look as tight as fuck with the bloody face. I wanted the crowd to be into that more, but like they were kind of immune to the blood at that point. But Joe had an all-timer blade job. That was awesome. I saw it everything. I was watching him closely. I saw him take the gig out of his wristband. I saw everything. It was great being there.
It was like actively splurting through the whole match. Like, did we get him checked on? Give him a transfusion.
Not only that, but then when Swerve came back, when Swerve returned, he was you could see it still
going.
Yeah, it was still
going. It was still going.
He's like spitting it out and making the visual even crazier. Man, he's probably
getting ready for season 3 Twisted Metal. So
just send him like that. Something like that.
Sounds good to me. But yes, let's get into the show. But of course, how we do every pay-per-view review, give me one word, one phrase to give your overall thoughts on AEW Full Gear. Kris.
Long. That's about it.
John.
Bloody.
Very, very correct as well. Josh.
That was gonna be my word. My word's gonna be bloody.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Well, then I have to use my UK or my future UK citizenship to say bloody long. That's what I will say. Bloody long. Let's talk about the tailgate brawl that took place on TNT starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time. The show kicked off with the $200,000 four-way tag team matchup. You had the unacclaimed Max Caster and Anthony Bowens. You had Big Bill and Brian Keith. You have the Outrunners, and you have the Bang Bang Gang. This one was very quick, very short. Not a lot of people got that much involved in this matchup. Ironically enough, what I think is objectively one of the worst storylines in AEW got the biggest reaction in this matchup. The unacclaimed were the only ones that really got a reaction in this matchup and any teases of them working together or doing the scissoring, but that was cut off. Anthony Bowen started running wild, but unfortunately he was rolled up by Danny McBride, Juice Robinson. Juice Robinson, who rolled them up for the 1-2-3 for the Bang Bang Gang to win $200,000. This was kind of just there. I rewatched it this morning. I wasn't there in time at the show, but I rewatched it this morning. It was just a kind of a forgettable matchup. So I'll give it a 1.5 stars. John?
Understandable. Juice Robinson out there looking like a 1985 WWF Women's Champion. That's great. I don't know what he was thinking with that. But I think when you're already married to somebody like Tony Storm, you can take these kind of experiments. Like, I'm still gonna go home with Tony. But this match was one of those that I usually don't be like, I could have done this better. But I would have probably had this on Dynamite or something, or Collision, and kind of slid the whole show back 15 minutes. Yeah. But yeah, that's my thought on that. It just, like you said, it just was, and it's a pre-show match, I guess. Just was.
Yeah, but I think that you should treat the pre-show opener kind of like the main card opener. Yeah. And I much would have had the next match be the opener of the pre-show. Then I agree with you. This match didn't even need to be on the show. Kris, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I'm even the unacclaimed, excuse me, I just wasn't interested in it. It was on the pre-show, so what can you do? It was what it was.
Josh?
I'm just glad that Juice is growing his beard back. That's all I gotta say about the match.
And Davion put it best. He says this was a AEW Dark 4-way matchup.
AEW Dark, I miss you so much.
MCAT says this sets up Bang Bang Gang for the title match against FTR after they picked up the win over FTR a couple of weeks ago on Collision. But next up, we would get an interview with Samoa Joe, who has his Ops Dojo. He says he has this Ops Dojo, and he says that Hangman will find out exactly how alone he is. Tonight, Joe walks with a movement, an army behind him of wayward soldiers. Tonight, Hangman learns the intent of what this movement encapsulates, which apparently... yeah, apparently he was actually correct.
I didn't know what to think of this because I went into this with the assumption that he was going to lose. So I was like, what are we doing? Like, what is this? Is this a new thing? This Ops Dojo? I didn't know they were setting this motherfucker up for his main event run. Oh, I got a new entourage. Watch how cool it's going to look in the end of the show. I love it.
So we got to figure out which one of the XPW graduates is going to have the better final title run of their career. Is it going to be John Cena or Samoa Joe?
Yeah, I think it would be really hard for Joe to to fumble his title run as much as they fumbled Cena's heel title run earlier this year.
Can you mess anything up worse than that, though? Like, that was pretty bottom feeding.
Cena said it himself, right? You have to try to get this messed up. And I think someone did.
And Triple H was like, I consider that a challenge. This is what I do.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on Joe's promo about the Ops Dojo?
I mean, it's funny because like people think that it's gonna be like a long-term thing with like these guys. Those guys are actually tri-state area independent wrestlers, so you're probably gonna see a change every time he goes to city to city, like he does security. Because there was like 4 of them that I knew. There was like 4 of them that I've worked with before.
Tommy Invincible. Tommy Invincible was one of the extras on this show too. So,
so like there's a lot of them. So I was like, if he does like the dojo thing, he's probably gonna go to town and get like a lot of these indie guys, and like that's probably what they're gonna do with that, which I think is pretty cool. It gives these fellas opportunities to get on TV, make some money. Like I'm all for that.
It makes it look like he has an army of thousands across the country. Everywhere I go, there's ops.
It's like, what is this, Cobra Kai? What is this, Cobra Kai?
Makes sense. It makes sense for Joe and his character as well. Kevin saying Tony Khan care about the pre-show matches, not like Triple H hates pre-show matches. I mean, care is a strong word. I think he does them. He books them. He books pre-show matches, and Triple H doesn't. I wouldn't necessarily say he cares about pre-show matches.
I think the biggest difference is now with this tailgate is that it's on television. Where it's not like a YouTube, it's not a YouTube show, so you can just be like, whatever. Like that's what I think they should have done. I know people were like, man, Okada and Takeshita on the pre-show. I was like, but it's on TNT. So if you would have done the full 30 minutes and then go into the pay-per-view, people would be like, shit, I gotta watch that.
Yeah, and that's how WCW used to do the Saturday night shows when they did the pay-per-views. They would have WCW Saturday Night be the show that led you to buying
and
like
WWE did that with Sunday Night Heat on USA Network or on MTV.
Yeah, it makes sense to do that.
Tune in to see the new stage. I
can't
afford to see
and then before Sunday Night Heat, I don't know if y'all remember TV Guide Network. When they used to have the pre-shows on there. They used to have the pre-shows on TV Guide Network.
Yeah, the free-for-all.
There you go. Yeah,
I just aged myself, but y'all see the grace.
I remember that shit. Damn, that's way back. Damn.
Paul White comes out to join the commentary team. So if you wanted AEW dark vibes, John, you got it here.
I got it. As Elevation, baby. Let's go.
Elevation Truthers are out as it is a Boom and Doom. Big Boom AJ and QT Marshall with Big Justice and the Rizzler versus RPG Vice. Let me just tell y'all, this is my first time being in the building, being in the crowd for Big Boom AJ. Oh my God, this dude is so over. This crowd loved him. Like they were having such a ball. Like I was sitting next to some guys who were like, of course, not taking Big Boom AJ seriously, but man, their reaction was just they were laughing the whole entire matchup. Like they're just having the best time. Like people are smiling and everything. And Big Boom AJ's timing is really good in the ring for someone who hasn't wrestled for the longest time before last year's Full Gear. This was a full circle moment with him teaming with the person that he faced at last year's Full Gear. We had a bunch of cool spots involving the people at ringside, like Trent pushing down Big Justice once again, getting a ton of heat for that. Later, Big Justice would get some revenge when he laid out Rocky Romero with a diamond cutter. We got a close near fall on Big Boom AJ with the double team, double stomp, and crunchy combination by RPG Vice, but he was able to kick out. You get QT Marshall getting into the ring. You get at one point after Big Justice gets the diamond cutter, he's celebrating at ringside with Paul White. and Paul White sees that Trent has grabbed Big Justice, so he hits him with the KO punch, which sets up Boom and Doom for the Power Boom Doomsday blockbuster combination for the 1, 2, 3. This was just fun. This was harmless fun. I cannot complain about it. 3 stars. John, what did you think?
I can say that about his entire AEW run so far, which is crazy because when he came in and they were like, "Oh, we signed him," I was like, "What the fuck? Like, what are you even doing? Like, this is a fad. Like, it will go away in a few months." But somehow, every time this guy and his kids are on TV, it's like a fun time. I can't. I've been in the building for one of their performances. I want to say it was like a pre-show of Revolution or something, but just having fun, hitting that damn power boom. It's so good, and he's got great. Like, he's not a bad wrestler. You know, like, he's got great fucking working punches, like the best working punches in the damn business. Like, how is this guy? Of course, he's from the early 2000s, and they used to really. He's got
Jerry Lawler coded punches.
Yeah, I love him. I just love seeing him perform. I got kind of sad because, you know, Sean Rossap was talking about how it's been exactly 1 year, and I was like, well, I can't imagine they signed him for like 3. So, like, I want to see how. Let's see
the way
happens.
He sounded at the scrum is that he's sticking around. Like, it's been 1 year. So
I think it's a great pre-show act. Like, this is a great pre-show act. This is exactly the kind of thing you want to get the crowd excited for what's going to happen. I would have opened with him before I opened with this. With the $200,000.
Dude, that was my main thing. I was like, this was the perfect opener for the show. Like, that was my opener for the show because I missed the first matchup being there, and I was like, this should have probably opened the show, the show completely. Kris, what did you think? Boom and Doom and RPG fights.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. It was it's good use of the celebrity. You know, it was like, I think it was what it needed to be, you know, basically. I was cool with it.
Josh, what did you think?
No, the match was fine. You know, when it comes to to Big Boom, AJ, and Big Justice, they're there to get the crowd going, and every single time they've been on TV, they've done that. So as long as they do that, they're gonna keep getting opportunities. It's good for them, because John is right that usually when it comes to like these internet trends or whatever the case may be, when it comes to these influencers, the window is pretty short. And the fact that he's been able to keep it going, because remember, he started before AEW, all this social media stuff, and the fact that he's still been able to go in the way that he's been doing it, I mean, it's beneficial to them as a brand. So, every time they get an opportunity, and the matches are decent. It's not like they're like, oh my God, this is the worst thing I've seen on TV. They get the crowd going. He does a few moves, you got the heels doing something to his son, and then, even the kid, he always gets an opportunity too. He did the spear the first time, and then, he got his look back on Rocky Romero. Fuck that guy. But yeah, I mean, it's good. It's good all around.
I love seeing the damn kids get attacked. It's so funny. Like, every time, and of course he got his hit back, so that was cool too. He did like it was supposed to be a diamond cutter, but he did like a stunner setup, and then he fell on his ass. It's great. Get this kid to Natty's dungeon or whatever. Like,
I want to see. We got to get Big Justice versus -1. Let's go. Let's go. Main event of All In 2035. Let's go.
Yeah, I think even on I think Diamond Dallas page, I think he even shared it on his page. The cutter.
I was surprised because ever since Cody left, he's been real WWE coded. So I was like, oh, he still watches, but I'm sure he just saw the clip.
He got said, oh, someone did the diamond cutter. Oh, cool.
Yeah. He hit the fucking top.
Yeah, he did. He was, but he hit it. No, he hit it with some swag to it. Like he was like, The Rock is in the building more than bang. Alex Marvez catches up with Don Callis, the Young Bucks, and Josh Alexander. And Don seems confident that the Bucks are joining the family. He says the family are getting 3 new members with the Bucks and Mark Briscoe. Matt Jackson looks forward to being back in the big time with all that money. Alexander is looking forward to ending Kenny Omega. You can see the Bucks making faces in the background. Marvez informs us that Okada isn't in the building yet. Matt and Nick wonder if it's because Callis is forcing him to team with Takeshita. They think that Takeshita is cool, but it seems to be an issue with Okada. While Callis says that maybe it's the fact that his best friends are not coming to his events. I love how Don Callis gaslighting. He is an expert gaslighter. Oh my god! He hands them a big box and says that it's money. Not really, but it's money. You should try it on. And we would see later that it was new gear for the Bucks. But that led into a match that we aren't going to spend too much time talking about because the people in this matchup either don't matter or they would matter later on because it was Eddie Kingston and Hook going up against the Workhorsemen. If that sounds familiar, they literally did this either on an episode of Collision or one of these pre-shows already. But this was harmless. This was less than 2 minutes. I literally went to the bathroom, came back, and the match was over. Eddie Kingston and Hook get the win. Eddie with a DDT on Anthony Henry, while Hook had the red rum on JD Drake. This was obviously like cut for time. I don't know what went. Maybe Boom and Doom went over their time, which fair because this was the match I was least looking forward to, even less than the $200,000 match.
I think
what did you think?
It's fine that this happened. Like if it did get cut, like I don't even mind because it only serves as like a small prelude chapter to whatever happens in the main event. So like it's all.
Yeah, for me, it felt like they were just out there to bring out the New Jersey, New York guys, the local guys, and just kind of say that just to get the pop. It didn't feel like anything special.
Josh?
I mean, yeah. I mean, even yesterday when we were doing our rapid fire, I said, why? Why is this match a thing on the pre? And I felt bad saying that because I actually like these guys. Like I worked with Anthony. Well, with him, I worked with Drake. I worked, Eddie Kingston. I'm a big fan of. Hook. I like. So it's kind of like unfortunate that I was like, damn, there's guys that I actually like respect and like, and I didn't want to see it.
I've been weird about how they've been using Eddie Kingston since they brought him back to the point where I was like, why did you bring him back? Like you just left him home. Yeah, he didn't even look like he's fully healed.
No, he did not. He did not look. I went back and watched this matchup. Like I said, I missed it in the building, so I went back and watched it this morning, and it was less than 2 minutes, and Eddie did not look the best. Like he looked very like he wasn't running the ropes real well. Like he's still working off the ring rust, even though I thought he was he was going in the right direction, but he kind of seems stuck at this point.
Yeah, it seems like he's probably stuck, or it could be mentally. It could be like a mental toll, just because, like, with knee injuries, sometimes you're afraid to, to do anything crazy. Because I remember when I got my knee injury, that happened to me when I was at work, where it took me about like almost like a year and a half for me to feel comfortable of like, oh, I don't feel like I'm pushing it. So it could be a mental thing as well for Eddie. Yeah,
you're most likely right with that, but. Let's talk about the real matchup to talk about on the pre-show, as it was the Don Callis family, represented by IWGP World Heavyweight Champion Konosuke Takeshita, Hechicero, and what was supposed to be AEW Unified Champion Kazuchika Okada, but Okada was nowhere to be found. Takeshita and Hechicero made their entrance all alone. El Sky team made their entrance. I'm really upset that the mystical theme song never gets sang anywhere in the United States. The United States, I thought, was supposed to be this country that its second biggest language was Spanish, but no one seems to know the song.
They don't know the song. They don't know the song up here, which is crazy because I'm planning a trip to Arena, Mexico, and partly so that I can be in the crowd to sing this damn song with people that know the words.
Like at least I'm able to hum it. Like I might not
Yeah.
know all the words, but I know the
Right.
rhythm. Like people don't even seem like they
It's-
were into it like that.
It's a simple song too. It's a
Yeah.
real simple song. I already know enough of it to get a good video when I go to Arena Mexico.
Nice. So Takeshita and Hechicero, they jump Sky Team when they come out. They get an early advantage. Hechicero injures Mystico by Pillmanizing his arm, and it looks like they're in control. When we see the Contron pops up, and a car is pulling up to the building. A white sports car, so that can only be one person in his full ring gear, the Rainmaker. Kazuchika Okada is here. This man doesn't run. This man doesn't speed walk. He just casually picks up his AEW Unified Championship, casually picks up his jacket. It's less than 90 seconds away from the opening of the show. This man could have made his entrance before the main card. No, he waited. Okada said, I'm not working no pre-show. Same thing that Mystico did in a lesser extent. Mystico said, y'all can jump me at the beginning because I ain't working no pre-show either. If Okada's big leaguing y'all, I'm big leaguing y'all too. So Okada comes out. They do his full entrance. They cut off the lights. They did the camera thing. I am like, yo, I'm in the crowd busting out laughing. I am laughing hysterically at this shit. They did the open just like at Wrestle Dream, where they go from the pre-show to the main card, which honestly, I think it was the right move because they did it in a different way than Wrestle Dream. If they could keep coming up with different ways to do it, I think it is a good way to kind of draw people who are watching Tailgate Brawl to get last minute buys because they want to see the ending of the last match that they saw. I think that it is a good strategy if they can come up with new ways like they did here, where Okada makes his entrance to kick off the pay-per-view in the middle of this damn matchup. Takeshita has stopped what he's doing and is waiting for Okada to come down. Dorada rose him up 1-2, no. Hechicero tries to play peacemaker between his two partners. He actually convinces Hechicero wants the CMLL World Trios Championship so badly. He used to be the champions before he was betrayed by his partners and never had the opportunity to win those trios titles back. So he desperately is the person who wants to win these titles. He convinces Takeshita to shake hands with Okada. Okada sends his hand. Takeshita extends his, and Takeshita falls for it again. How many times can you fall for the same trick? The same trick, Takeshita. It's like, oh, you got something on your shirt. Mm-hmm. That's what he's doing every single time. Takeshita, it's hilarious. They go, you get El Sky Team. They go up. They look for dive, but Okada and Takeshita, they cut them off. Mystico has finally made his way back to the ring. We get a springboard to Harris to Hechicero, double back elbow to Okada and Takeshita, tiger fin kick to Takeshita, and then a springboard crossbody to both Okada and Takeshita. Wrist control, Mystico does a flipping arm drag off the top turnbuckle. Then you get a huge spinning to Harris from Mystico that sends Hechicero to the outside. He nails a tope suicida follow-up. Then we get a La Mystica to Takeshita, but Okada breaks it up. And then Takeshita is face down on the canvas. Okada just starts pounding at Takeshita's back because Takeshita can't see him and then throws him out the ring. Neon comes in. We get a handspring evasion. He gets rocked by an Okada dropkick, though. Rainmaker is avoided as he gets a fancy arm drag off the ropes. Takeshita tries something, but Neon's able to reverse it. Takeshita counters back and hits the wheelbarrow German suplex. Okada misses a Rainmaker and tries to clothesline Takeshita almost on purpose at this point, but Takeshita stops him. We get raging fire attempts by both Okada and Takeshita, which both men stop that. They get in each other's grills. Then Okada finally goes for the Rainmaker, but he misses a Dorada and hits Takeshita instead by accident, quote unquote. Dorada and Neon focus on Hechicero, diving Hurricane Rana, incredible Hurricane Rana from Dorada, and then a quick stereo moonsaults. Then we get Mystico with a Hurricane Rana into a roll-up for 2, Tiger Fin Kick, and La Marcial Cradle for a 2 count. Then he gets the running knees in the corner from Hechicero before he taps out Hechicero with La Mystica to pick up the win for El Sky Team. Very fun matchup. The Okada and Takeshita really drove the story of the matchup, but the action was really good, especially when El Sky Team got going. Mystico on his hot tag, and definitely when Dorada and Neon went in there and started really cooking in the ring and made up for Dorada kind of having an off night on Dynamite and Collision this past week. So really fun matchup. I gave it 3 3/4 stars. Kris, what did you think?
Yeah, I like this. I do think that there is, like with Takeshita, you got to be careful with stuff like this when like the baby face keeps falling for the same fuckery. You know, it's like you start getting into dumb baby face syndrome territory. But yeah, I thought it was a good match. It was decent. And I came in I came in during this match too, so it made it like it was a solid opening.
John, what about you?
I thought it was a great match. I was looking forward to it. I love Sky Team. I love all three men separately, I love them together even more. My only, I guess, nitpick was that I kind of wish Okada and Takeshita hadn't gotten physical yet. Like, I know it was like funny because Takeshita wasn't looking. Okada gets attacked and he gets to say sorry, but like I kind of wish there was more of like a tension without physicality, so that when we eventually get the physicality, it gets like the biggest. I guess it's the most effective it could be.
But I think the physicality is Takeshita towards Okada. Because we already broke that seal last month at Wrestle Dream when he.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like all of it together. Like we continue. Okay. We're still like it's kind of diluting when they eventually do get to fucking brawl each other. But I guess you still have the moment of Takeshita finally snapping and being the one to attack Okada. So that's still out there. But that was just one thing. Besides that, I had a fun time with this match. I like the story of it. Okada just going, I'm not working on damn pre-show. Call me if the main show starts. I like the spontaneousness of that happening last month, and I like that they kind of found a way to work it into the story this month. But I don't know you kind of ruin it if you do it all the time.
That's why the C2 couldn't come at a better time for this story. So I'm interested to see how they play it out and what developments we saw throughout this night as well. But Josh, what did you think about this opener?
I thought it was a great opener. Technically, I guess it was like the main event for the pre-show and then the opener for the main card, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it was a good match. I liked what they've been doing with Okada and Takeshita, everything that's been going on. Okada fucking with him, but I do agree with Kris. I was like, man, Konosuke really needs to he needs to stop being Cody, stop falling for everything. Like, this man's gonna fuck with you. Why do you keep falling for it? Like Okada, every single time Okada has fucked with this man. Like it's like he don't realize it, and I'm like, we see it. He doesn't. I don't understand that. But it was a fun. Yeah, I think Sting was worse back then, especially with Ric Flair. I think it was worse.
I just want to give him another chance. He seems so good.
Like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I remember as a kid, watching 1995 when Sting and Flair aligned to verse Pillman and Arn Anderson, and I was so pissed when Flair turned on him at Halloween Havoc 1995.
Oh, the tag match.
I felt fucking stupid knowing that it happened 5 years before that. I was like, what the fuck were you thinking, Sting?
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. That's what he's doing. I'm like, you got to stop falling for it. But I did like the touch of Okada not starting until the actual pay-per-view started. I was like, that's definitely
great.
Okada.
I called, that was another thing that I called from the beginning. When Okada didn't come out, I was like, this dude's not showing up to the show starts to the main card. I was like, he is the best.
Someone in the comments mentioned Hechisero. That can't go unmentioned. Hechisero, the way he sells all the things Okada and Takeshita are doing is fucking great. He's a luchador. They already kind of, they're already overreacting, but he's just like, no. It's the meme with the kid in the corner crying while his parents argue. It's exactly that. I love Hechisero. He's so good at everything. we got to factor him in more than just a lackey soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really good. He's super underrated. No wonder he got dual contracts. I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
Yep. And yes, he can't beat Mystico. No one can in Mexico, but yeah, not even in the US. We got our boy Big Man Dogs in the chat. He says, we don't work pre-shows over at Okada FC. Call us when the pay-per-view is on. Peace, deuces, bang. But no, people are not talking enough about Mystico doing the same shit. People think Mystico think he's slick because he got away with it, but he did the same shit as Okada. He got written off in a freaking before the bell even rings brawl. Got his arm broken, and then he rarely sold it when he came.
Didn't sell it at all.
Yeah,
he didn't give a fuck. He was doing goddamn 60-mile-an-hour twists and shit.
I was like, more people need to talk about Mystico for Wrestler of the Year, yo. Like,
I was just gonna say, it's not gonna happen because American fans vote more in these things, and they tend to vote for whoever they see on TV more. But I mean, look at the metrics, look at the skills. Mystico is the fucking Wrestler of the Year, and it's hard to argue.
Honestly, I can't even argue with anybody who said he's Wrestler of the Year because, like, currently, probably in my head, my Wrestler of the Year is Hangman Adam Page, but there's a real knock against him that he wasn't a draw, and that's like Mystico's biggest strength. Is his drawing power. Like, that's his biggest strength, but he also delivered great matches with El Sky Team, and that MJF matchup is a match of the year candidate. Like, yeah, Mystico is up there. He's in the conversation, and for me, I said Hangman's number one, but Mystico would probably be number two.
Mm-hmm.
But let's talk about the actual or official opener to the show. It was Pac versus Darby Allin, which I thought was a great choice for the opener to this show. We get the Darby Allin entrance, and I love Darby Allin's entrance in person and seeing him live because he moves so slow during his entrance, especially this one with the cell and the video that they show with him with his face bandaged up after he got the second-degree burns. He comes out like a mummy of sorts with his arm all wrapped up and his ribs all wrapped up from the burns. We saw in the video, we saw him waking up in the burn unit before stumbling out, presumably towards the ring. And here he comes, bandaged across the right arm, back, and ribs, which will surely be a target for Pac in this matchup. And it was. We get an arm drag from Darby. He goes for the Mighty Scarl Cradle early on, but that is unable to get him the win. Pac with a clean break in the corner, and then shotgun dropkick from Darby that knocks Pac back into the buckles. Pac takes a moment to walk around the ringside area to regroup, then an arm drag again, but Pac vaults out of it, and Pac tries to bridge out of a cover, but Darby grabs him into another near fall. Very nicely done. Really, this matchup really got flowing when Pac just became this just assault rifle for Darby and just started launching this dude. He has this one spot where he throws him into the ropes, and it's like it's an Irish whip, but Excalibur is absolutely right. This was a fucking hammer throw where he throws him, and Darby launches his whole body between the first turnbuckle and the second turnbuckle into the ring post, and then does a flat back bump right onto the mat at ringside. But you want to talk about crazy bumps? He gives him this nuclear one where he gives him a gorilla press on the apron and then proceeds to drop Darby right onto the mat at ringside. And you just hear the splat. It's like, plop. Oh, that was disgusting. Back in the ring, we got a running lariat that connects for Pac for a 2 count. We get a brutalizer that is locked in by Pac. It seems that Darby has no place to go. Darby is struggling to get to the ropes, but Pac is keeping him in the center of the ring. Darby struggles and struggles until he finally gets across the ring to the ropes, getting his foot on the rope. Pac pulls him to his feet, a pump kick in the corner, and again, Pac climbs the ropes. He goes for the Black Arrow, but Darby is able to move out the way. Darby applies the Scorpion Deathlock, and it looks like Pac is going to tap out, but instead of using his hand to tap the mat, he instead calls for someone from the back, and out comes Wheeler Yuta. Wheeler Yuta drops the baseball bat that Darby brought to the ring at the in the corner for Pac. He then goes on the other side and distracts the referee and Darby. Darby comes after him and knocks him off of the apron. But while the referee is distracted with Wheeler, behind his back, Pac nails him with the bat upside the head. He covers him for the 1-2-3. Pac picks up the win, and he does what Jon Moxley was unable to do. He defeats Darby Allin just 1 month after Darby made Jon Moxley say, "I quit." I thought this was an excellent matchup. I thought the story of the matchup was very nicely set up by Pac on Dynamite this week with his great promo that I thought, where he talked about how he is the better athlete. He is the better athlete than Darby, the better wrestler than Darby. He doesn't need any of the bells and whistles and weapons that Darby does. He can beat him in a one-on-one athletic contest, and then he cheats and uses a weapon to get the win. That's just perfect. That's perfect promo. That's the promo is the setup. The match is the delivery. Excellent match. I give it 4.25 stars. John, what did you think? You're muted. I'm sorry. Let me unmute you.
I just saw.
Oh, I'm sorry. I pressed it right after you. My
bad. So there's this story, and I don't know if that's what they're actually planning, but in my head, I kind of see this story of the Death Riders realizing that this hardcore bullshit is not in our fuck. This is not what we do. And it's always been funny because, I mean, the group of Death Riders, even when they were Blackpool Combat Club, Jon Moxley has, his technical martial arts skills, but he's known as like the damn brawler. He created Death Jutsu. He mixed the technical stuff with the hardcore wrestling. And Pac seems to be disgusted, but he seems to be tired of it. It's like it's not working. And when he was cutting that promo on Darby, I got this feeling like he was talking about Jon Moxley too. And so, like you mentioned, Pac was just able to beat Darby. Of course, he cheated and used a weapon, but he is a fucking heel, and they're lunatics. So he will justify it to himself and believe that he didn't use a weapon. He did it the right way. And I think that ties into how Jon Moxley will eventually lose again later on in the night, and what the Death Riders might be feeling about him coming next week or whenever. But that's just my theory, that Pac is kind of showing his technical prowess so that they can get rid of the hardcore douchebag that's been failing us over and over again. And I think give for good redemption stuff for Jon Moxley too. I'd be assuming that this is the direction that we're going.
It seems so, but I thought they would have done it last night. But
I think
they're waiting.
It's okay because they had such a big cliffhanger ending on the pay-per-view. I think it's okay to save that for the weekly show. We did talk about it. Yeah.
By the end of the night, they did make it feel like, okay, that's why they did.
Yeah.
Kris, what did you think about Pac and Darby?
Yeah, I like this a lot. I really thought Darby was gonna win because, like, in the past when they wrestled, Pac was at the higher level. It was, he was like just coming in from WWE, and he was like the hot new thing. And I thought Darby Allin, since he has leveled up so much, that okay, well, he's gonna win this time. And then you were saying, they were telling that story about Pac and how he was claiming to be the better wrestler and the better athlete and all that. Then he cheats to win. I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, I was actually I was very surprised. This was like one of those shows where like almost every prediction I had, I got wrong. And there were some predictions that I originally got right on this show. And then I changed it and got it wrong. So I got nothing right.
That's usually how it works with some of these AEW builds. They make you go away from your original thought, and then you're like, oh, damn, I was right.
Yeah.
Josh, what did you think about Pac and Darby? Even our boy Big Man Dog says he's high on it. He says he got a 4 on this one. This was more of a wine match. It was marketed as a technical matchup, but Darby still took crazy bumps, popped me huge. It was very much a technical matchup because I was saying this to Kate, who was next to me from Fightful. I was like, it's crazy that Darby Allin takes all these ridiculous bumps he doesn't need to because he's actually a very capable and great technical wrestler.
Right.
It's wild because some of these weaponless bumps are much worse than the ones he would take if he had a table to like break his fall or something. It's like, he just fucking tosses him up 10 feet in the air, just straight down to the outside of the floor. Like, that's so much worse than falling through a table. Like,
yes. Josh, what did you think?
I mean, first of all, I want to say, wow, Big Man Dogs, not with a good take, finally. Took him long enough. But besides that, I mean, the match was fun. I liked the match. Both guys worked well together. But then also, you know, I did pick Darby to win, but Pac winning the way that he did, it did make sense. I wasn't mad about it. Now, it probably would have been like, oh, fuck. Like, if Pac would have won clean, I think that would have been that would have changed my mind a little bit. Just because, you know, the whole purpose is that, you know, Russell Dream, he beat Mox. So, you know, if Pac would have beat him clean, then it would have been like, what the fuck was the point of Russell Dream? But the way that Pac won, bringing in Willa Yuta and then, you know, using the bat, you know, it makes sense. I actually like the finish. I didn't mind being wrong. And I do like the fact that Pac, you know, for somebody who's always like in and out, like when it comes to like, you know, he'll work in AEW, then get something always happens, injury, or he goes back home. You know, he always finds a way to deliver as long as, you know, he's there, he gets his time. He's always delivering. And, you know, I just want to see more of that from Pac. So I think this was actually a big win for him too, realistically.
Yeah, it is. This should solidify him as the person who's going to take over the Death Riders when they get rid of Moxley. And I'm gonna tell y'all once. I'm gonna tell y'all a million times. Y'all gonna make me do this rant every time y'all try to do this nonsense. Mr. Towns, who says Pac and Claudio are looking more like leaders of the Death Riders than Mox. Eyes emoji. Why do y'all keep adding Claudio to this? It's only one of them. Like Claudio has been defined as a mid-card wrestler. He's been defined in the Death Riders as the number one soldier. Soldier, not general, not sergeant. Soldier. He's the muscle. Stop putting him in this. He does not look like more of the leader than Moxley does, right? No, he does not. That does, but Claudio does not. What did Claudio win? Claudio won one match on Dynamite against Orange Cassidy. Congratulations.
But then also, even if you go that route, if you make Pac the leader, guess what? Pac is the better talker. Like we forget that. We forget that Pac, when he was like on his peak, he had like some of his promos were actually like pretty high up. He's a good talker. So if you're gonna go with a leader, you're going with Pac. Now Claudio, to his credit, you know, his stuff in AEW, like when he's talking, okay, but he's not the guy that you go with as a leader. He's not a talker. He's the muscle. He's the strong guy. He's doing what he did, just like what he did last night in that match when he first came out. You know, that's who he is, and that's fine. He doesn't need to be something he's not. You know, Pac is more of that. He's always been more of that.
I understand why people want Claudio to get that opportunity. I just think they're not considering how important dynamics are, especially with like factions. You know, if you put Claudio in the front, who takes Claudio's position, right? Pac is very physically scary, but he's better served as a frontman. He's got the better talking skills, like you guys mentioned, but also there's the story element of him being the guy they brought in. Like, he doesn't have, if they wanted him to be the one to do the turn, and Claudio and Yuta and them could like take a second to think about it, because they were here the whole time. It's like, oh, we got some kind of loyalty, but this guy's fucked us over. We're not winning anymore with him. Pac came in later, but he's right. There's a lot of things that go into a new leader of this Death Rider group if you're going to keep it going, which they should. I agree that they should. I don't think there's a reason to throw this all away. So it's got all this heat built into it right now. And I mean, it's guaranteed like one of the biggest heel acts in the company. So I would not throw that away. And Pac is definitely a better leader than Claudio. And I love Claudio. I think sometime in the future, maybe if you want to do like a quick fucking Claudio babyface title win for some reason, that would be awesome. But just as part of this group, as being a leader, I don't think it'll work.
No, it doesn't. And
I
especially
agree.
you have to consider like the history that Pac has in AEW. Like he is the fringe main event upper mid card guy since day one of AEW.
Mhm.
This becoming the leader of the Death Riders is almost as good as him winning one of the top titles. Like it's something significant that feels like a boost for someone who's been here 6 years, and not many things can be a boost unless he wins the AEW World Championship. But this is something that does feel like a boost. But let's get into, we see MCAT's in the chat who says Marina is more of a leader than Claudio, and she was in action on this show as well in a 4-way tag team matchup to determine the stipulation for a semifinals matchup. Yeah, it doesn't make too much sense even days later either. Babes of Wrath, Willow Nightingale and Harley Cameron, Sisters of Sin, Julia Hart and Sky Blue, the Timeless Love Bombs, Timeless Tony Storm and Mina Shirakawa, and Marina Shafir and Megan Bain with Penelope Ford in their corner. You got the Timeless Love Bombs doing their synchronized dance during their entrance. They have all 4 teams are going at it in the early going until Marina is left in the ring with Tony Storm and the bell rings. Knees in the mix section from Marina. Marina and Megan worked really well with each other, throwing out some new double team moves, which I really was impressed with throughout the matchup. We get a soul food by Harley Cameron when she comes in. She hits a backstabber as well. She misses a big boot, though. We get a handspring forearm by Sky Blue, and then she tags in Julia Hart for a DDT. Julia traps the arm and then hits her rope walk clothesline. Megan Bain comes in and goes after Sky Blue. A pie face. They start pie facing each other. Some animosity between the two teams that were a part of the same Blood and Guts team back a couple of weeks ago. You get Marina and Megan. They start focusing and targeting on Harley Cameron. We get a tornado DDT by Harley to counter Megan, though. We get a cool spot, like I was telling you about the double teams between Megan Bain and Marina Shafir. She does the Fates Descent, the F5, into the mother's milk, which was awesome. And then we get this cool visual where Megan Bain is holding back Timeless Tony Storm. So it's kind of like the ending of the Woman's Blood and Guts, but Tony is able to make the save. That spot right there got the biggest reaction of this whole entire matchup. In the end, it was Timeless Tony Storm. She was left in the ring with Harley Cameron, and she gets her after a trading of a couple of pinfalls, a jackknife pin, a roll-up, and back and forth sunset flip. We finally get the big package. 1, 2, 3. Timeless Tony Storm picks up the win for the Timeless Love Bombs. They now get to pick their stipulation for their semifinals matchup against Megan Bain and Marina Shafir. I thought it was good stuff all along with these 4 ladies. They got a nice flow to it. They got the crowd involved. Like I said, they got into the story being told with the Timeless Love Bombs and Marina Shafir and Megan Bain. They were into the Babes of Wrath as well. So good stuff. I give it 3.5 stars. What did you think, Kris?
Yeah, I like this a lot too. This was, and I guess this is like, and I will give TK credit because he. One of the biggest knocks on AEW was not enough women on the show, and I do think he put them in, did his best, put his best foot forward, putting them into meaningful stuff on this show. And I like this a lot. Willow, of course, you know, she's a star. Yeah, and I give this about 3 stars as well.
John?
Yeah, as far as stars go, I would go about 3.5. I was mostly excited that Tony and Mina got the win because they teased a Taipei death match. And I'm just like, when Tony first did that spot with Mariah May at Revolution, I remember being in the audience. I think I posted a video where it's like my live reaction where they pull a bucket out, and I'm like, that looks like they could do a Taipei death match. And they actually wrapped the fist, and blew my mind. I didn't even know people still knew reference in 2025 to having that kind of match on fucking Dynamite, which it wouldn't even be so out of place. It's a very bloody television show. So I believe that they might actually run a Taipei death match on television soon, which is what? Like, that's just unfathomable, but we are here. And it feels like it might be possible. So this is where my hopes are lying right now. I need this.
Josh, what did you think?
It was a good matchup. All the teams worked well together. This was another match I got wrong because I thought Megan Bain and Marina Shafir would win, but stipulation for the other team kind of makes sense now. But I do agree that the whole purpose of this match is like, it's cool we're getting a match with the women, but have a stipulation for a semifinals match. I don't know. Like, for a finals match, I can understand, but semifinals match, you're gonna do all. I don't know. I think that's the only down part about it. It was more story based off that reason more than anything. But the match itself, I thought it was really. I thought it was really good.
Someone in the comments mentioned something I didn't really consider, where it has it serves a purpose here where Tony and Mina can actually beat Marina Shafir and Megan Bain, but they have that stip now, which I guess would have been more weird if they randomly had a stip in the semifinals. So I mean, I looking at it like that, that makes a lot of sense to me.
We got Dion in the chat who says, I don't think Tony and Mina are winning the tournament. Breaking up that blood and guts recall spot seems like something that would be saved for the finals against Shafir and Bain if Tony and Mina were winning. They're facing Shafir and Bain in the second round.
Yeah,
in the semifinals. That's why they did this spot here. I just think that LeBron is more on point, that they should have just done the 2 semifinals matchups on this show. If you're not averse to doing 10 match cards, so why the fuck can 2 of these matches be the semifinals match?
Probably because of where they had the finals booked to take place. I imagine, I don't know if they were saving it for like World's End or something, but I for what I saw it as was the tournament is our television thing, and this match serves to advertise what we have going on television. That's kind of how it felt.
That seems dumb as hell. That seems dumb as hell.
Maybe. I don't know. Because people are like, I don't know how you got this tournament book. I'm imagining why.
Tony has botched the pacing of this tournament. The pacing of this is completely botched. It's poorly done. I think there was a need for women's tag team titles. I think they did get to the point they were running so many multi-minute matches. They were setting up tag teams and they have such a vast women's division that they can do 2 singles titles and a women's tag team titles.
Yeah.
Don't introduce a men's title in the middle of this. That's the problem. It's too much. It's like he could just focus on the women's tag team division, focus on a legitimate main event program with Joe and Hangman, and then include Swerve and the Ops into that after the pay-per-view. The tag team division is all set up. We pretty much know where they're going after this pay-per-view. You got Kris Statlander being legitimized in the women's title scene. You got Mercedes with all her belts. You got Fletcher over here who's being built up as a future star. Mark Briscoe's going to have his big title reign. And that could have been it. And your Moxley and the whole breakdown with the Death Rider. That's made pretty much the whole landscape of AEW before he added an AEW National Championship. I'm gonna run 47 different blood matches on one pay-per-view. Like, it's just like, dude, you can make things so much better overall for your product and simpler for you and your fan base. Why are you adding more to your plate?
I think it's been said best. It's just because he likes it. Like they're like, Tony, what are you doing? He's like, I just want to see this on pay-per-view. But it's so much. I know.
Yeah.
He just smiles. He's like, I know. Oh man, we got Thought Fellow in the chat who's echoing what we're saying. He says Tony botches women's tournaments in terms of timing. Jamie and Mercedes waiting a month before fighting was awful. I wouldn't say that. I think that actually added to my anticipation of that matchup at Double or Nothing is the fact that they had a 1 month build. Would I have preferred them not have a 1 month build and pace it where the tournament ends like a couple of weeks before the pay-per-view? Yeah, sure. But awful is a very strong word for that.
Mm-hmm.
I had something to say about these women, but that's right. It's a theory. I don't know Tony Khan as a person. I only know what I've gathered from interviews and the way he books television over the last 6 years. I think it's been enough of a pattern that I can maybe make an educated guess about how he books his women's division. Like we talked earlier, that he kind of puts his angles together based on what he thinks are going to be the best pay-per-view matches possible.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a lot easier to do that with the men. It's like, people are going to be really mad at me for saying this. I am someone that enjoys the dance of professional wrestling. I enjoy the physical aspect of it more than the storylines. I think that Tony might be someone similar to that. And I think that when it comes to the women, especially American women wrestlers, I think a lot of them are better served doing like storylines and stuff. And he's like, I don't know if he can visualize that stuff the same way he can visualize men's payoff matches. So like you do get like Mercedes and Kris Statlander, which he knows like, oh, these are great wrestlers. They're gonna have a great one-on-one singles match. But with the tournament and the tag team stuff, it's like he's trying different things because he just doesn't visualize them the same way that he sees the men. And I know some people, I don't mean that like he's sexist. I just mean like the way that he enjoyed wrestling his whole life is led to the way that he's booking the women today. And then that's why I'm pretty sure he had some similar thought because he brought in a whole other writer lady to help out with this stuff. I don't know what happened to her. I don't know what she's exactly
she just works with Mercedes.
Yeah,
so like, She worked with Briscoe for a couple of his old conglomeration promos earlier this year. I don't know if she's still working with him, but mostly it's just Mercedes.
I do think he would be better served if he had someone with him for the women. Someone who can view the women in a different way than he sees them. And I don't mean that like he's a sexist. Don't take me out of fucking context. I'm
saying that he was a nerd in high school and was probably a virgin before the age of 20 or by the age of 20. So like I'm saying he doesn't have a lot of experience. He doesn't have a lot of experience with women other than paying them.
Right.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I wouldn't go that far. I got a lot of money. I think you don't gotta pay them. They just kind of
I think women's tag team wrestling.
I'm being facetious, by the way.
Yeah. I think women's tag team wrestling in North America still kind of has a ways to go. Because I think the problem with the two major companies, WWE and AEW, is a lot of these teams just seem real makeshift, like you're just throwing women together. They're not like tag teams like DIY or just the what's the FTR and those kind of teams. They a lot of times for me they seem thrown together. AEW is trying to do a little bit better of a job, but I think that's just these teams have to be established, is what I'm saying.
I've been saying that since they introduced women's tag team titles, or since the rumors started, where I was like, the industry doesn't have enough girls that came up wanting to be a tag team. Like we've been a tag team on the indies, we're a tag team everywhere we go, and now we're signed on television as a tag team. There's one or two, like the Renegade Twins. Of course, they were or not twins, I guess sisters, or they were born They're sisters in blood. It's a little different, but Megan Bean and Penelope Ford started feeling like a tag team just off of the basis that they had been teaming for almost a year. So we had done a few more of those and less of like Willow and Harley randomly teaming. And as much as I love them, maybe they should have been doing that for a little bit longer instead of having Harley bounce from person to person. But I don't know.
Or it should be Willow as the champion and not Kris. It should have been Kris and Willow.
Yeah, don't get
Kris
me
and Harley.
started, man.
It should have been Kris and Harley because that was the tag team you set up.
Yeah, and I don't know how we ended up here. What is Tony Khan scared of as far as Willow Nightingale? Like, there have been so many moments where it seemed like she broke out, and it's like, right now you can start the push. Right now you can start the push. Right now you can start the push. And then she goes back to like fucking feuding with Kris or teaming with Harley Cameron. This is bullshit. Yeah. Don't get me started. I've been rooting for Willow since day fucking. I remember when she first showed up on fucking Dark. I was like, holy shit, that fucking fluffy unicorn. Get that person a contract right now. That's a television presence. And she's proven it over and over and over again. She is a great TV character and she's worth investing in. But they got her on these bullshit preliminary angles. And at first, I was a little bit understanding because I was like, okay, well, she needed the experience. But it's been far too long. Like, and she should have been. Shit, fucking Mercedes took the TBS title off of her. How perfect would it have been if Willow was the person Mercedes couldn't beat for the world championship afterwards? There were so many full circle storytelling things here that were completely lost. And I don't know why. What it is that Willow did wrong? Whose foot did she?
I was listening to the press conference yesterday, and he spoke very, very glowingly of her. And the words that he speaks in the press conference just doesn't necessarily match the booking for some reason.
Agreed. He even called her. He said she could break out in 2026. Tony! She broke out 4 times. Like, what are you talking about?
She's broken out here, Japan, everywhere in between. What are we talking about?
It's frustrating, to say the least. I love you, Willow. As a character, not as a weird parasocial way.
Jimmy Macaram likes that. Likes it heard that way. Josh, what did you think about? You had something to say?
No, I was gonna say that in regards to like women's tag team wrestling, I do agree that I think that's an overall industry kind of thing. To be honest, it's not only just the big companies. It's an industry kind of thing where, you know, when a lot of these tag teams sign or they get together, they sign as a team. Like when you sign like these teams, when they go to company, they go as a team, they go as a package. And women's wrestling, you don't have a lot of that. You do have like tag teams, but they're not like mainstream. They're not that noticeable that that they're gonna get noticed and like, all right, we're gonna sign this team, this tag team. I think it's more of a industry kind of thing, and that's also because in women's wrestling, in general, we always get small portions of it on shows. Do I necessarily agree with that? No, I think if you're good, I think you should always get more opportunities. But it's always a common thing in women's wrestling in general when you see these cards, and it's also in independent wrestling where you see like these cards. They got like 9-10 matches in the card, and you'll probably get like 1 or 2 women's matches. You know what I mean? So it's more about. I think it's more of that. I think that kind of thing has to get fixed because we do get all women shows, but I think it shouldn't be like a separate thing. You know what I mean? Like if you have a good roster, you have a good talent, you're doing like a card that's like, again, like 7-8 matches, half of that, or like you get half of that should be women's matches if you want this to move forward when it comes to the women wanting to be equal with the men.
This is how Triple H justified not doing Evolution shows anymore. It's like, we don't need that shit. We've got
screwed them over because that was actually a good show. That was probably their best PLE.
Like,
but
we're never doing it again.
They screwed them. Because like that what's crazy was that was actually a great show. Yeah, but it was a kind of programming show, and you kind of screwed the women off of that because that arena easily could have gotten over 10,000 fans. Easily could have gotten like 12,000 fans, and they didn't. Shout out Arena Mexico for actually doing the all women show and pulling the gate that was worthwhile. But
doing it right. Ladies, the draw. We got a couple of super chats to read here. We got Dylan Sellers, who just became a member of the channel. Thank you so much, Dylan, for joining us here. Yes, the big explosion. Batista all up there. Thank you for joining us. You get in-chat perks, and always you get notified for all the great content here on the channel. And we got LaRon, who's very upset. LaRon's got a lot to say. He sends us one super chat where he says TK's vision for women's wrestling is depressing. See, I've called out a couple of people for using words that I felt were too strong. I won't say that here. I think that this is actually an inept, an accurate word, because for some people that's how it feels. TK's vision for women's wrestling is, like we've established, like John said, he didn't grow up a fan of women's wrestling.
Right,
He's
yeah.
just getting into women's wrestling, and that's depressing because we've gone past that. He should have got used to women's wrestling in the late 2000s, early 2010. He should have been watching Total Divas or something. I don't know what he needed to do.
New Japan.
I don't know what he needed to do by the time he got to 2025 to have a better vision, but yeah, it feels like his vision is 20 years ago instead of 2025.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think.
I mean, I don't know. I think depressing. I think this was like 4 or 5 years ago. I would have said, yeah, depressing. But I mean, in general, women's wrestling in general, I mean, there's always a harder hill to climb,
right,
when it comes to that. And it's just, obviously, women's wrestling in general has come a long way, no matter how we feel about it or not. Some of the best matches are women's matches, whether you like it or not. So yeah. I think it's just one of those things where it is a industry kind of thing that has to be cleaned up all around.
Right. And if you look at this same show last year, it didn't have this many women on the card, so it's kind of, it's incremental is what I'll say. It's not gonna happen overnight. It's gonna take TK getting used to doing things a different way. It's gonna take the fans demanding more, and it's just gonna, it's gonna take, it's showing up in the numbers too,
Yeah, if I remember correctly, there wasn't even a women's world title match on last year's card.
Yeah, so I mean, hey.
The biggest thing is going to be the numbers. I think you have to, and I know people like you, they should just fucking flood the card right now, but it's like you have to train your audience to want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
It's partly a product of how women's wrestling has been treated for fucking 20 years on mainstream American wrestling television. There's still residual effects of that. People still see women's wrestling and they just tune out, no matter how physical it is, no matter how good it is. They just see that and they tune out. So you have to kind of, you got to train them again. And it helps to have the girls go out there and do something like fucking Blood and Guts where they did, because it changes the perspective on them entirely. And I know a lot of us already have that vision of them, but like, I think a lot of casual audience members don't. And this really helps to getting to that.
Oh, no, believe me, I've seen a lot.
Yeah, no, when they do their damn Taipei death match on Dynamite, those clips go viral. That's the kind of stuff. I know people clutch their pearls about it, but that's the kind of stuff that puts them on equal ground with like the men. And it's like that stuff is important. It is. It's a little more risky.
Yeah,
but it's important.
Yeah, because I remember a while back too, and I believe it was in one of your posts on Instagram, where that one guy, when we were talking about Evolution, that one guy said, "Oh, that this proves that women's wrestling doesn't sell." Instead of just blaming the company themselves of how they were promoting it.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what are you I just
personally think that, we can, I'm all for, training your audience and stuff like that. Guys, we're in year 6. I think we got to stop saying this. Like, we were saying this in 2020. Right, yeah, we were saying this in 2021. We were saying this in 2022. We were saying this in 2023. Come on now.
I think you can see it in the numbers. You can still see it in the numbers. Even on year 6, you can still see it in the numbers. It's a balance game. Tony Khan is not his own master. As much as he runs the show, there are masters to serve. I'm sure he would love to just do whatever the fuck Twitter's telling him to do, but then when you watch the numbers drop and everyone's fucking celebrating you on Twitter, but you're like, But this doesn't make any fucking sense. There's a whole larger audience out there that doesn't. That's just not as vocal as us. We don't know how they feel. The only thing we have is the numbers. So yeah, I mean, it's year 6.
Yeah. There's a reason.
But I can keep the same energy and say the numbers were falling with Jon Moxley as AEW World Champion. What did Tony do? He stuck to his guns. He put 10 toes down, and he followed through on his plan. Well, come up with a plan for the women's division and stand 10 toes down on that, no matter what the numbers say.
I think those are different numbers, though. Like when we're talking about women, like when you're talking about the numbers as far as women, you pull back. It's a more macro look. Like the Jon Moxley thing is a little more micro. Like we're going from week to week. We know these things are going to change. The behavior as far as numbers when it comes to women's wrestling it's a little more long standing. You know, like there's a little more effort that has to be put in to change that. And it's just, I know it sucks. It's taking long, but you can also look back at previous AEW shows compared to now and see that there is a slow improvement. It's happening. It's not happening as fast as some people would like. I think I can point that to reasons to why, but I wouldn't say it's not happening. I just say there's definitely some things that are frustrating, but it's happening. That's as far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just keeping the same energy. I want Triple H to push people that are 30, and I want Tony Khan to give us more women matches.
I think that's a problem. I think we've taken that keep the same energy thing too far now. I think we forgot nuance. Nuance doesn't exist anymore.
I think that's equal ground. Tony Khan has had an issue with pushing the women's division, and he's been slow. He's been putting his feet in the mud and been with the excuses of, you know, it takes a while for the crowd to get used to. Well, you gotta get the crowd, the audience used to basically one adamant focus on the women. Like if you want to build certain stars, that's all fine and dandy, but you have to kind of put a commitment to the division overall, and that's the only way you're going to see a difference in the numbers. This slow approach, it's not working.
Right, because this conversation is crazy 2 weeks after that Blood and Guts match. I'm just gonna say that for anybody else.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because they fucking disregarded both Blood and Guts matches on Dynamite this week. Don't get me started on that shit, Jonathan.
I think because we had to focus on the full year pay-per-view.
This whole fucking show for calling you Jonathan because
I can also explain that because they did a Blood and Guts show and then they did a Dynamite in the middle of the pay-per-view. So now you have to shift your whole focus towards the money. It's just the way that goes. Those girls were. Go ahead.
No, he's profit driven because I mean, he does have the women that he does care about. You know, it's not like it's just all the women are putting, like Mercedes, for example, and Tony. He has admiration for the women he has admiration for. Let's put it that way. So, I mean, I do think he could transfer this to the division just for whatever reason he's hesitating, you know. And Tony's and Mercedes does show in the numbers too. It's not like she's getting paid the money she gets paid for a reason.
Yeah, I think that sounds funny, Big Dog, but I mean, when you compare it to how long other wrestling companies have existed, it is
that is also true. That is also true. This was a better comment by Big Man Dawes. I would love to hear this from John. What was your favorite follow-up to the women's Blood and Guts on this week's Dynamite or Full Gear last night?
Tony Storm and Mina Shirakawa won and continued that energy and put it towards the Taipei death match that's probably coming, or whatever the stipulation is. I've got my heart set on Taipei death match, but whatever their stipulation is going to be, all of that ending of the women's Blood and Guts carried right over into this pay-per-view where they redid the spot. Like they even referenced the Blood and Guts spot where Tony's getting held and Marina has fucking Mina in Mother's Milk.
Was that before or after Tony and Mina no-sold the ending to the women's Blood and Guts by doing a dance? So
they're always gonna do that. Darby fucking.
I know. I enjoyed the dance.
Asked me what my follow-up to the women's Blood and Guts was as far as storytelling, and the storytelling is right there. They continued the Blood and Guts thing. That Mina is gonna dance all the time, even with blood on her face. That's her whole thing. She's full of happiness. I think all these things are so small that we're not seeing the bigger picture. but that's okay. It'll come into focus, and then 2 years from now, we'll be like, oh, okay. It sucks that it takes that long, but I mean, blame your fucking grandfather for being happy with bra and panties matches for so long. Don't blame me.
Oh, well, let's get into the next matchup here on the AEW World Tag Team Championships. It was Brodido, Bandito, and Brody King defending against FTR. We get a great Big Stokes production video to start things off, and it's Stokely Hathaway walking through a club like it's the opening of Belly.
I love this. God, I love this.
He is so New York, I had to just scream, New York, Harlem, stand up when he came out. Here we go. It's Bandito and Cash to start us off. We get a filling out process with Bandito getting arm drags on Cash as well as Dax upon him illegally entering the ring. Brody and Dax, they go at it for a bit in this one. They start chopping the shit out of one another, and King chops Dax to the floor, but continues to the assault, chopping him around the ringside area. Body slams to FTR. Brody tags in Bandito, and Bandito body slams him, and we get our first big pop of the matchup. Bandito goes for a dive, but Stokely gets on the apron. Bandito has to dive over Stokely's short ass to get to FTR, who catch him and then dump him onto the announce table. We get leg drop from Dax. We get a gory special is applied to Bandito. Bandito's able to escape. FTR block him from making the tag, but he hoists them up and hits a possible double flatliner, but didn't hit it flush. Bandito makes a hot tag, but the referee didn't see it, so FTR capitalized and hit a double team on Bandito. Suplex is countered. Bandito kicks Cash away. Now Brody is in illegally. Sidewalk slam on Cash, a running senton to both members of FTR. King splashes both guys in the opposite corners. Cash then dives on his back. Brody has to muscle him up to his feet and does a Death Valley driver into the corner on Cash before the cannonball on both Cash and Dax for a 2 count. Bandito gets low bridge to the outside. FTR hoists Brody up to the top rope. They weaken him down with chops. We get a powerplex attempt and it connects, but no. Brody grips Cash on the splash and then a goozle to both men. Double choke slam. Bandito with the big frog splash to Dax. Lunging lariat to Dax. King looks to take flight, but Stokely pushes Dax out of the way, and he eats a tope suicida, and Stokely is dead for the rest of the matchup. Tornado DDT from Cash on Brody on the floor. Bandito dives onto Dax, and Dax cashes him. Rebound powerbomb. Then we get Bandito rolls through into a sunset flip for a 2 count. We get a shatter machine attempt, but that's reversed. Dax goes for a rebound powerbomb. Instead, Bandito was flying high and then straight into the power and glory by FTR for a 2 count. FTR are going for the spike power driver and can't get it. Bandito with a 1-arm press slam launches Cash onto Dax on the floor below. Bandito up top, diving crossbody to the floor, which looked beautiful live. Shatter machine attempt, but no. DDT from Bandito. 21 plex, but Cash holds on to Dax. Then he goes for the 21 plex on Cash and he hits it. Dax is waiting through as Cash rolls through, and we get the shatter machine on Bandito. 1, 2. Brody breaks up the cover. Very great near fall there. King has Cash positioned at ringside by the barricade. He misses the running splash. We get a belt shot in the ring, but Bandito kicks out at 2. At this point, Bandito is on 100% resilience. He's kicking out of everything. King hits a running splash against the barricade onto Cash. Then Brody is in the ring. He whoops Dax into the ropes, but a shatter machine by Brodido this time. 1, 2. Dax kicks out. Then we get Cash crotches Bandito on the ring approach. We get a tope suicida by Cash taking out Bandito. Bandito on the shoulders for a doomsday device, but he transitions that into a moonsault splash. That gets a 2 count. Brody chokes out Dax on the apron, but eventually FTR is able to reverse things into a stuffed power driver on the apron, taking out Brody completely. Bandito is hoisted up, double flatliner, spike power driver, but Bandito kicks out yet again. The arena is on their feet. They're going nuts at this point. Bandito is able to get to his feet. He flips off both men, and FTR just give him the final blow, finally hitting a second shatter machine. 1, 2, 3. FTR are your new AEW World Tag Team Champions, 3-time AEW World Tag Team Champions, and an absolute instant classic. Like, I mean, they had the pacing down, the action was there, the near falls, the double teams. I love the fact the story was really FTR is the better at like double teams and their chemistry in the ring. They know where each other's gonna be, while Brodido have these two contracting styles that make it so difficult to beat them, and they just put it at the highest level. Spoiler alert, this is my match of the night. 4 3/4 stars. This was absolutely fantastic. John, what did you think?
I thought this was one of the better matches of the year. I was like, oh, like at the end of this, I was like, what the fuck? I knew that this was the end of Brodido's reign. Like, I just knew because we were too fucking online. I knew that FTR was originally meant to get those belts, but some people thought better. And so we ended up with a nice little 3 months of Brodido as tag champions, which I will always appreciate. I think Brody King was underserved as part of the House of Black for a while, and as soon as he got out, he started really getting his name out there, and his tag team championship run has helped with that immensely. I know that Bandito is worth too much to stay in this tag team for too long. His star is bright, and he's got a whole future ahead of him. But I think that also Brody King came out of this just as well. Like, I think we can do great things with Brody King singles after this tag team championship run.
I said it before Full Gear. I'll say it now. Put both of them in the C2, please.
Yeah.
Please,
Oh,
please, and thank you. Put both of them in the
man.
C2. That's what you should do. They should start booking things like New Japan. When New Japan is about to hit the G1, certain people start losing their titles to serve the purpose of the tournament. And I think they should, AEW in retcon, should make that the purpose. Brodido lost the titles, yes, to crown FTR to set up the Cope and Christian feud, but also to serve them as single stars in the C2.
Yeah, I agree.
Josh, what did you think?
I do agree that this might be the best match of the night. Both teams killed it, which I already knew. You know, we've seen enough from Brodido to know, like, yeah, this match is gonna be a banger. And I mean, it delivered. It delivered on exactly what a lot of us kind of expected. You know, especially for a team that, you know, it's kind of funny when that tournament happened. We were kind of like, all right, this is a thrown-in team. Let's see where it goes. And then once they started working together, it was like, oh shit, this team is actually really good. People didn't want it to end, and then they got the titles, which was even a plus. And the fact that we even got a 3-month reign, I thought, you know, it's more than anybody expected. So I mean, I'm happy no matter what for that. You know, but the match itself, I mean, man, a lot of close finishes. I've always I think when you do matches like this, when there's like so many like close finishes, to me that always brings it up another level for me, because you're not so relying on either dragging out certain things. You want it to keep it suspense, and when you do that, you get the crowd going by doing that, because you think match is going to end at this moment, then it doesn't end, then it has this moment, you know, because even when the shatter machine hit, you know, Brody was this close. He just got back right on time. You thought that match ends right there. I mean, I've always liked those kind of finishes. I've always liked those kind of matches that go like that, because it keeps it going, makes it mean something. So by the time the FTR did win, you know, I think the right team did win. You know, obviously FTR has been, you know, they've been kind of waiting, you know, especially when you want to solidify this heel turn. You know, they did a while ago, and then, you know, him, you know, them pairing out with Stokely, he had to do something. So I thought it was the right time, you know. And again, you know, they've made the tag team division at a better place than it was. So I mean, all around, I think it was good. It was not only a good match, but I think overall, it doesn't really hurt anybody. Like, Bandito's gonna be fine. Brody King. I don't know what he wants to do, because I know like there's been people who are like, hey, he deserves a singles run, and Deuce. He was kind of like, nah, that's not for me. So I don't know. So we'll see. But I think he's a good piece for the tournament. Like he's a good fall guy. Yeah. He's gonna keep giving you great matches. So I do like the fact that if you put both of them, that's gonna make the tournament even better. While we already got the people that they announced last night. So
yeah. The only part that I know some people are gonna get upset about is FTR is the best heel tag team in the world, and a certain team they faced a couple of times in AEW just turned babyface. So I think we're gonna get that matchup again. Kris.
Not sure why people are mad about that. Oh, fuck you guys.
Kris, what did you think about FTR and Brodido?
Okay, so this was the only match on the show where I originally predicted Brodido to win, and then I changed it, and the change actually made a difference. And FTR, I think that they're just kind of a tag team that's made for AEW. They did keep the match interesting. It was like, and I like the match. It's probably my match of the show too. I have to wait for the rest of the review, but I thought, yeah, this and Stokely being dead for the whole match, I thought that kind of worked as well. It was predictable in the best possible way. I thought with Brodido, you got as much as you could out of them for this period. I mean, you want to like do other stuff with them, that's fine as well. But I think FTR, they obviously got some kind of plans with them and Cope and Christian, and maybe the new babyface team on the horizon also. So wait and see. But I'm happy with the FTR victory.
People were, and I know this is a big thing in wrestling today, where people are like, they don't like the constant kickouts. I think there's some situations where that's a valid complaint. Personally, I think all kickouts should be factored into like the future. Like if you kick out of a finisher, that should establish that you were strong enough to kick out of that finisher. Now, I don't think that we pay that much attention all the time, but I love my favorite era in pro wrestling is 1990s All Japan Pro Wrestling, and a lot of their storytelling was told over years in the ring, but like feats of strength in the ring. Like, so this guy kicked out of this move, so now I have to create a entirely new move because he's able to kick out of it. And that kind of storytelling always resonates with me more. And I think with Bandito, who's got a rising star, just like a rocket on his back, no matter whether you put it there or not, it just developed there on its own. And he's just flying. I think kickouts like that in this kind of match are important because it does establish him as a guy who can do that. Now, the problem is when it happens everywhere else, it kind of dilutes the impact of Bandito doing it in this match. But this was a match where I had no problem with Bandito kicking out of everything, because one of his fucking things, one of the stories of his character is that he is deceptively strong. He's small, but he can fucking throw large men around, or he can do one-arm feats. So I love that he was able to kick out of fucking everything before they finally put him down. I thought that was really effective here.
And they kind of set up the finish and the closing stretch of this matchup last month with how much the focus was on his injured arm going into the Okada and Takeshita matchup, and he was able to overcome and beat the unified champion. So they just followed that up here by making him kick out of everything before he finally got put down with the last shatter machine. We got a couple of more super chats here from LaRon Ford talking about that women's wrestling topic he's passionate about. He says TK thinks Willow can be a breakout in 2026. SMH. Follow that up with a second super chat where he said everyone sees Willow as a breakout star right now. I mean, he's not wrong. he's not wrong.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
everybody and their mama has pegged Willow Nightingale as like, if she's definitely the top 3 woman, like as far as like overness in the ring, character work, promo work. She checks all the boxes that even our current women's champion doesn't.
I think Kris being the world champion right now should be. There's better be a fucking Kris Statlander, Willow Nightingale main Revolution match in the works right now.
Yeah.
Or World's End, or whatever big pay-per-view you want to do it on. Because I don't even know why they went back to that. But since we are back at that, Kris has the title. You might as well do this. Do it now. I don't know. Maybe I'm being impatient, but I'm sick of waiting.
That will make up for the inconspicuous Kris Statlander turn heel, and then she turned babyface without turning babyface.
Never mind.
never mind.
The John Cena face turn.
Yeah, it basically was that. Except Cena, is like one of the best promos ever, and Kris Statlander is not. So
sometimes a heel just needs a Snickers. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Having a great time, grab a Snickers. I think that either it needs to be Willow or Megan Bayne that dethrones Kris Statlander for the title at this point. You got to make one of those.
I'm still mad that they didn't do the Brock Lesnar as Megan Bayne shock win over Toni Storm that 1 month after she won the belt.
But you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it right after the Hollywood ending.
Oh my god, that would have been so much more.
It is the peak, and I always say that you should always end something at the peak. Like I've been saying for months that WWE should have listened to The Rock, and you should have turned Cody at Elimination Chamber, because that was his peak. That was the peak of Cody as a top guy. But honestly, doing what Tony did in that matchup, that would be like WWE putting the title on AJ Styles after WrestleMania 40 when Cody won there is a peak, but you still have to ride out the peak. And Tony was able to ride out the peak and give us this big major women's matchup at All In with Mercedes Moné. Like her peak did stand out. It wasn't like Cody.
It was after that. It would have been right after that. That's when the Megan Bayne story was. Right?
No. Literally, it was 1 month. 1 month after Hollywood ending. It was too soon.
I thought it was.
I agree. I would agree with you more if the Megan Bayne match happens at like Double or Nothing or All In or all that. Like if it happens later on, not 1 month after the Hollywood ending. Like you have to ride out the peak. You can't just say, "Oh, we hit the peak, we got to end it." Nah, that doesn't work that way. That's not good.
I don't know if it's so much ending as far as like sometimes I don't see the title change as the end. As far as like it's like with Cody, like I felt like he wasn't being challenged enough. Like he just keeps on beating these fucking heels, and sometimes the heel steals one on you, and you're just like, shit, I gotta do something, I gotta figure something out and get it back. And it's just part of the momentum that's already rolling, where it's like we've shifted the prop over, but it's just a challenge, Or at least that's how I saw it at the time. But I think it ended up working out pretty well. I think Megan Bayne is in a great spot right now. I think Chris's shock win was just out of nowhere. And it's going to benefit her probably more than it would have benefited some other people. So it worked out.
We got a super chat donation as well. Ron finishing up his complaints about Willow. He says, Willow broke out 2 years ago. TK needs to catch up. I don't think Willow Nightingale broke out 2 years ago. I do think Willow Nightingale broke out last year. But 2 years, you're kind of stretching it. You're kind of stretching it.
I think she broke out last year.
Like to say, oh my God, she won the Owen Hart Cup. She had great matches with Athena. That's it. Like that's her establishing herself because she just signed the year prior to that. That's her establishing herself. And then 2024, when she has the matchup with Kris Statlander, has the big matchup with Mercedes. Last year is when she actually broke out.
I thought that the Kris Statlander blow up was like the beginning of Willow's push, and it never fucking gave. I'm so disappointed because when I go back and watch that match, it is the height of emotional attachment as far as Willow Nightingale's storylines are concerned. Like, I'm all the way invested, and we just didn't do anything I don't know. But we're gonna spend 2 hours fucking putting over Willow Nightingale. She's so
I mean, well, LeBron's paying, so I mean, we'll do
That's
it.
right.
We'll do it.
We're gonna let Willow know someone loves you so much that you got $6 worth of
We appreciate it. We appreciate the love for Willow. Dion with a super chat donation, and he says, "What is your sweet spot for number of matches? I guess for a pay-per-view." He says, "I think 7. I think my sweet spot is 8."
Oh,
Yeah.
same.
Yeah,
8 is
for
my
me,
number.
For me, it's like 8 on the main show, and then like 1 on the pre-show.
I'll take 2 on the pre-show. I think 2. I think 10 overall is not as drastic of a number as everybody thinks it is, but you have to do the 10 between the pre-show and the main card. You can't do 10 on the main card. I think that with 4 other matches on the pre-show. I think that is a little excessive. I think the sweet spot is 8 on the main card.
Agreed.
What about you, Josh?
I would say about 8. I would say about 8 matches, even 9 to an extent, but probably 8.
We got Big Man Dogs. He says, "I don't really care about number of matches because it depends on the length, but 7 through 9." Yeah, I was like 9 is like my push. If you're gonna push me, I think 9 is max. Is the maximum that you can do on a main card.
So he must like PLE. You don't matches don't matter. You like 5. You like your 5 matches on that.
That's the other side of the spectrum. Like the other extreme is way too short, and then over here we have too long. And there's a sweet spot in the middle somewhere.
But I do think that Josh is confusing Big Man Dogs with someone else, because Big Man Dogs, he never comments on anything we do WWE guys. He don't watch WWE. He's not a WWE guy. He's more of a contrarian. He's a guy that watches most of the time. He comments on our AEW stuff.
I just think it's hilarious.
More of like a contrarian AEW fan than an WWE fan who's watching AEW. We know that because we have that in our chat.
I mean, it's just hilarious because he got his picture Roman Reigns, but
I almost respect the hate watchers more than the people who comment based off the clips that they saw on Twitter. At least if you're watching the whole thing, then I could get into a fun discussion with this guy. But we
had a bunch of that last year. We had a bunch of that last year, but they kind of just disappeared. They probably still watch and lurk.
They can't hate on it anymore.
But but it's like it was the fact that we had people who would hate watch, right, and they will comment on the chat, but then it's like a lot of their criticism that they're giving wasn't even like good criticism, wasn't even good faith. It was just like dumb shit to complain about. But then when they get called out, it's like, oh no, I don't hate AEW. Oh no, I'm not biased. But it's like you only show up when you talk shit about AEW. So what are you telling me?
Bot for defending them now. It's like, no, you just said something so unbelievably empty, stupid, and devoid of substance that I had to respond to you. You're fucking stupid. And it's I don't want you to keep being stupid in life. I want you to change.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you right now.
But it's also funny. Like these same people don't comment when we actually speak positive of WWE, because like yesterday we watch our podcast. No, like if you watch our podcast yesterday, we were actually more in favor for WWE for Raw and SmackDown than we were for Dynamite. But yeah, none of those people never talk when we actually give credit to WWE for actually doing something good. It's hilarious. It's always like
I can only reference like my community of people, but I comment on AEW, I enjoy it. I comment on WWE things, I enjoy it. It's never the same WWE people criticizing the AEW things. It's always AEW people being like, why the fuck are you even watching this? but I'm enjoying both companies. Leave me alone.
Yeah. It's like we're trying to be fair, but we get it from both ends. So you get shit, you get shit from the WWE fans. Like, why are you watching that shit? No one's in the building. No one's watching. And then when you're watching, you say, oh, this thing in WWE is good. The women's wrestling is good. Ilya Dragunov's is awesome. Oh my God, you're watching that, Tress? That's not real wrestling.
Yeah. You could never win. That's why I have fun. I have fun with it. I think it's fun. That's my favorite part of the IWC.
Yeah,
There's always someone to argue with. I had a bad day. Let me get online. Someone is taking out on it. It's not my family.
Yeah. Because the thing is, like even like when we do like these reviews and like we talk about wrestling, I think we always try to be, when we talk, we always, we're always authentic. Like we don't do anything in bad faith. There's a lot of people who are just like that. I just can't be that. Like if I'm doing wrestling commentary, I'm gonna talk about things that I like, things that I don't like. I think when you start going to the spectrum of being super biased, being to that kind of spectrum, I don't think it's something that you should be doing. Just because once you get to that thing, you're right. Your brain is fried at that point. Like I've seen a guy like on YouTube, like there was one guy that I was kind of in favor for before, but then when I started seeing how he is, and then how I see what he does on X, I'm like, bro, you ain't the same guy like you are on X. Like, what are you doing? Like, what do you do? Like? And I called him out on it on YouTube, and he got upset. He got upset at me because I did that. But it comes off fake to me. Like, if you're gonna talk about wrestling, everything, where either on X or YouTube, just be real about it. Just be honest. If you like something, just say it. Like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, pussy.
We got some other donations from Thopello. Thank you so much, Thopello, for the support. Always sending us some love in the chat, and you can as well. If you got a question or comment you want read out on the screen while we go on with the review, you can send a super chat donation. Thopello added, I think that the matter in which wrestlers kick out matters as well. They should be weaker as the match progresses, and I think Bandito did a great job of that in the matchup. Like you could tell by the time he flips off FTR at the end, he has no energy left. Like that's the only energy he has left is just to flip them off. AEW National Championship was crowned. The first ever champion was crowned in a casino gauntlet matchup. The belt looks beautiful. I will give them credit. It does look like a throwback to the original national championship as well. We start off the matchup with entrance number 1 and 2, Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin of the Hurt Syndicate. This shit, they didn't even do anything. They did. Like, you gassed this up. You told us we were going to. They literally just locked up and then Ricochet came out. That was so ridiculous. Like it was so fast. It wouldn't even have been a minute. It was probably seconds before Ricochet was getting counted down to come out. He has a microphone and he says people didn't pay to see this wrestling crap. They want to see them throw hands. Bishop Khan and Toa Liona attack the Hurt Syndicate from behind. Ricochet takes out MVP with the mic and he says, and another one, boom, and another one. Boom. He was like, you see that, AJ? That's 5 booms. Then Gates of Agony continue the assault as there are no disqualifications. We get a TKO on a steel chair, taking out Benjamin. We get Leona with the running hip attack against the steel steps on Bobby Lashley. Referees rush down to tend to the Hurt Syndicate, helping MVP to the back, escorting the Gates out. Then we get Claudio Castagnoli coming out representing the Death Riders. He tries to run and dive through the ropes on him, does Ricochet, but Claudio destroys him with a pop-up European uppercut. He tosses Ricochet back into the ring. He gives him the giant swing, but he only gets a 2 count. Claudio tosses Ricochet to his feet. Ricochet manages a Tejeras before the countdown starts off, and we get another member of the Death Riders, Daniel Garcia. Garcia joins the fray, and he joins Claudio. Claudio is all smiles as they choke up Ricochet and a double leg takedown. Ricochet climbs the buckle, but Garcia runs up the ropes and crotches him. Out comes Orange Cassidy is the next up, the 6th entrant of the matchup. He climbs onto the apron and he slaps the bald head of Ricochet and runs wild for a bit. He does a stun dog millionaire reversal to Claudio and then a satellite DDT on Ricochet before he kicks out. Wheeler Yuta is the next out, and it has to be a conspiracy because the Death Riders are all intact and they jump Orange Cassidy for a bit. Kevin Knight is the next out at number 9. He runs wild. He hits the UFO splash in a big drop kick as well onto Ricochet before Yuta breaks up the cover. Roderick Strong is up next. He goes right after the Death Riders. We get a pendulum backbreaker on Ricochet and a sick kick for a 2 count. Mark Davis comes in and he starts running wild, yo. He was bonkers in this one. We get an Insecurity, double clothesline to the Death Riders, pop-up power driver, a Gonzo bomb, a spike power driver. At one point, the crowd was actually up for Mark Davis. Then we get Speedball Mike Bailey coming in. He starts throwing off kicks out of everywhere. Eventually, Kevin Knight joins him. Both men try to go for a cover, but they realize that it's every man for themselves. So we get a face-off between Jet Speed and a great sequence of moves as they start exchanging with one another. Roll-ups are exchanged. Each man knows each other's moves, so Kevin Knight is able to dodge out the way of one of Speedball's roundhouse kicks. Claudio and Mark Davis are left in the ring when the Hurt Syndicate join them, and we get a meat battle. Garcia looks like he's on the verge of victory with the Dragon Tamer, but out comes Daddy Magic, Matt Menard. I literally called it as soon as he puts on the Dragon Tamer, I'm like, the next one out is Daddy Magic, and everyone in media popped for me being right. So I appreciate media for that. Then you get Matt Menard going right after Daniel Garcia. They start brawling through the crowd and out of the way. You get Speedball on the apron. He gets knocked off. Ricochet is poised, but they see him sulking, and he tries to retreat, but is caught by the Hurt Syndicate, who start beelining him across the ring for a bit. We get a Dominator setup, but Claudio breaks that up. Orange Punch to Claudio takes him out. Benjamin and Davis spill to the floor. Lashley tries for a spear, but Claudio moves, and he hits the barrier. We get a Psycho knee by Willie Yuta on Kevin the Jet Knight. Then we get Knight breaks that up, makes off another cover, and he hits a UFO splash on Yuta, and then he goes for the cover, but Ricochet comes in, hits him with the Spirit Gun. 1, 2, 3. Ricochet is your first ever AEW national champion. This is what we think a lot of us expected to happen when this national title was announced. You had the Ricochet quest for gold that has gone on for over a year now, and it culminates here at Full Gear. So I think Ricochet, he played a great Ric Flair 1992 Royal Rumble role of he just went in there, he bumped for everybody, he took everybody's moves, and then in the end, he picks up the win. It makes sense. I like the way this match was laid out with the upper mid-card and mid-card stars being highlighted. So I gave it 3 3/4 stars. John, what do you think?
I had fun with this match. There was one spot in particular where I was like, this is like Ricochet's zenith as a character here. Like, this fucking Death Rider is doing their train, and he just randomly shows up in the train and tries to be part of the... First of all, the smoothness of getting into that shit without even having great camera work too, but I was just like, this was out of a cartoon. That was like perfect. This guy, this is who he could have been for years. Like, how did you miss out on this for so long? It's not even like, obviously there was a moment where he got more comfortable in AEW after the Swerve stuff, but he was in this other company for like 10 years. If given the opportunity early on, he would have clicked much sooner. So I'm so excited to see Ricochet with a belt. And I was like, man, we got too many titles with us. So I like this vision of Ricochet holding up this beautiful new championship belt that they got. So I will accept this for now. I get this feeling like they started the quest for gold, and then as they got towards the end of it, they were like, we actually don't have space to give him gold. Like, we got to,
we just turned the ops heels.
Yeah,
the trios titles. So I kind of want to culminate it at Full Gear. So new title.
I imagine this. It's funny that they announced it like 2 weeks before Full Gear, but the amount of time it takes to get a belt done, it's had to have been at least the decision made at least 5-6 months ago. It's weird to me that they waited so long. Like, why would you wait until 2 weeks before this show to not just announce a match for it, but the entire concept? So, oh, by the way, 2 weeks, new title. Casino God. What the
And you literally the whole concept of the title is that it's the international title without being called the
Yeah,
international
because we
title.
lost.
Right,
We
yeah.
unified it because that or the belt is pretty, and I like the way that word sounds. So there's no other reason for the unification because they literally added a new belt in its old slot. So, like,
And then when he's asked about it, he's like, "Oh, we expanded our TV time, so I think that you need another title." And then
When?
someone tried to help him in the scrum, and they said, like, was it Mercedes, being so highly requested by different
Yeah, then he's like,
independent promotions? That's why you created the national title. He's like, yeah, that's exactly why.
yeah.
You're
I'm
right.
like,
You're the guy. Get him a sandwich. Get him.
Yo, that was being in the room and seeing that switch up was fucking awesome. It was fucking
Right.
awesome. He was like, yes, that's exactly why. That's exactly. Chris,
There's some-
what did you think about the Casino Gauntlet?
Yeah, it was fine. One of the pundits, I don't know which one, I forget which one it was. They said something like, if Lashley wins the title, then this will probably be a serious title. If Ricochet wins it, it'll probably not be that. I think that I don't know what this belt's gonna mean. The only explanation I can see that the use of this title would service is if they were just gonna do 2 separate rosters in AEW, because they do have they're just like WWE in that regard. They've got way too many wrestlers on their roster, so maybe that's what it is. I don't know, but I did love Ricochet in this match. I liked him coming out talking smack. Like you said, Lashley and Shelton didn't really do anything. I wasn't expecting them to do much, or I wasn't expecting them to have any kind of like physical exchange that involves stakes, because I just listening to them talk on interviews just told me that. So but it was a casino battle royal, and this wasn't one of the better casino battle royals also, but Ricochet's the champ. Like John was saying, he's been languishing for so long in WWE. They couldn't think of any ideas for him instead of that, like, superheroes are real bullshit. And it's good to see him in a position where he's thriving in. And if you would have asked me if he had this in him in WWE, I wouldn't have thought that, just because they never tried. But he's like so obnoxious that it just works.
Agreed.
It really does. It really does. And you can see how comfortable he is in this role as well.
Mm-hmm.
Josh.
I was gonna say just real fast. I love watching him be obnoxious because I love to see the reactions to it. There are people, and because of the nature of wrestling, it's not easy for everyone. But there are people that combine the way the character makes them feel with the way they feel about him as a person, and that's how you get a lot of his most criticism from people who can't see the difference.
Yeah, because I know like 2 or 3 people that are just as obnoxious as this Ricochet character, even with that annoying kind of laugh he does. Like I got a couple of brothers like that in my life where it reminds me of that, so that's why I think this kind of works, because you just kind of want to see him like just be embarrassed, not even like anything necessarily horrible happened to him, but you just want to see, like, if they're trying to flirt with a girl, you want to see him get turned down and embarrassed in that way,
A drink thrown at his face. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
Josh, what did you think about the Casino Gauntlet?
The match was actually really good. I like the pacing of it. My favorite spot was the Claudio spot when he was coming in and then knocked the shit out of Ricochet. That was like probably my favorite part of the match. Just because it was perfectly timed. And I mean, You know, that's exactly why when we're talking about Claudio, that's exactly his position. Like he's that guy for his group. You know, but overall the match was good. I thought the right person won. As far as the title, you know, I'm still on the fence of it just because, again, I don't. They necessarily don't need another title. You know, you had enough titles that I was like, you know what, you easily could have just segue somebody to get pushed to win that title. You know, that's just my opinion of it. I don't think you need to make another title to put somebody over. You know, but you know, if they're gonna make this a thing, you know, I thought the right person did win for this. As far as how it looks, I like how the belt looks. It, you know, it is basically you know, similar to the, I think it was the national, right? The NWA.
So many belts. The national, the TV, the WWF title in 1986. There's so many belts that have used this design that when I saw them pull the thing out, or when they cut to the belt, I was like, oh shit. That speaks to me. What the hell? It's yeah.
But
that immediately took half of the feeling I had about the belt away.
I actually like the way it looks. I like the fact that they kind of I kind of like
belt
the
mark. Like I'm a belt mark. Admittedly, I love belts. I'm sitting next to 4 titles right now. I love belts. So when they put this one up for sale, I'm gonna be buying the shit out of this title. These are the kind of things I think about. Like when someone signs to WWE and I'm like, well, I still get to play with them in 2K. It's that kind of thing. You know, like, oh well, you know, at least they're gonna sell a replica of that shit. Like I can't wait to put that on my shelf.
Yeah, it looks cool. You know, I like the way that it looks. I like the fact that they're paying, you know, tribute to that. You know, kind of keeping it going in that regards. You know, it's just, you know, the whole drama leading up to it was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I mean, that was good stuff. I laughed my ass off because what happens is someone says something unnecessarily, and then all the fans will start digging shit up on you. And now there's all these things out there that didn't need to be out there that no one
knows out there.
About.
Yeah, now it's out there, and it has nothing to do. But you know what's crazy though? It had nothing to do with AEW. Like it had a lot to do with these other fellas over there. A lot of unnecessary bullshit that shouldn't have been said, and now it just makes them look even bad because the fact that, from what I understand, there was a truce. So the fact that there was a truce, and then now you left all your social media stuff up. I mean, I mean, hey, if we're gonna get more of that, I mean, I personally don't want more of that, just because I think it's doesn't do nobody any favors. Just let's just say that. But it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny because it was just so stupid and.
I'm from the Northeast, and I spent some time training a long time ago. So I had some friends and some connections, and one common thread amongst them all was that no one liked Earl Cooter, and Earl Cooter would go on to become Brian Idol in NWA and continues to be unlikable. So I'm just not surprised by what
I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised with who it was. I was not surprised. Like me personally, I've had positive experiences with Brian, so I'm not gonna like shine him too much, but I could understand why other people don't like him. Like I understand why that's the case. But he made himself look like a fucking dickhead and all that drama.
Lady B says Ricochet has Carlton Banks vibes at times. It works. Question. Laughing emoji. Yeah. That's a perfect way to say it.
I've also been I've also liked the fact that they're using the stuff with his mic, like the microphone stuff. Like I've been liking that they've been doing more of that, especially on Dynamite. We were talking about it yesterday, where you know Bobby picked him up. He's like, "Bobby, put me down," and he's fucking. I
will say a million times. I hated the booking on Dynamite. The promo did not need to be that long. The match didn't need to start while he's doing the promo, and you didn't need to squash him just to take people off the scent that he was going to win the title. Because that basically makes him a weak champion. That makes him a weak champion.
I would agree with that under normal circumstances, but it was Lashley though, man. It was Like
There's-
he shouldn't be bossing up to Lashley. He should be
But he
getting
shouldn't be getting squashed in 2 minutes.
There's
Also,
so many different factors to this. Because first of all, I believe heels operate on a different wavelength than babyfaces. If you're talking about Ricochet on the come up, his momentum is rising. God, he's such a great physical athlete, and he just gets squashed. It's like, fuck, that sucks. But you're talking about he's getting what he deserves. It reminds me of what they did to MJF against Wardlow, where he got killed in 2 minutes, and it's like it's because he deserves it. You know, he's a piece of shit, and
that works. That works. Don't like. I would have loved it if he just cut the promo, that long promo, and Lashley hit him with a spear. 1, 2, 3. You don't need to drag it out for 2 more minutes and beat his ass longer. Just squash him. If you're gonna squash him, squash him.
Well, they did this with Ric Flair and the Giant back in the day too, though, where Ric Flair he comes out. They're fighting for the world title, and then Ric Flair gets a couple sneaky moves on him, and then the Giant just grabs him while Ric Flair has him in a figure 4, and then choke slams him and beats him and wins the title. And that's what this kind of reminded me of. I wasn't that offended by that on Wednesday, you know.
I know exactly the match you're talking about. That was a 5-minute match on Nitro, where it was 5 minutes of a wrestling matchup. We got 5 minutes of Lashley and Ricochet with a 3-minute promo and a 2-minute squat. That is not good. That is not the same. That is not good.
It was Ric Flair getting a couple lucky hits on the Giant, and then the Giant beating his fucking ass. It wasn't a wrestling match.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's better than what we got Ricochet and Lashley.
I just don't agree that the heels should be treated like he's just a piece of shit. You know, like I don't think he should be looking strong at all. Like he won the title by sneaking. Like he stole his win. You know, like it's not like he came into he hit that fucking hidden blade on Kevin Knight after he already had the victory or whatever. Because he's sneaky. He sneaks around and shit.
Yeah, that's it. The whole layout of the matchup was he was Ric Flair in the 1992 Royal Rumble, because people always talk about Flair's performance in that matchup. Flair's performance is he got his ass kicked by everyone in the matchup, and then in the end he snuck out the win. That was Ricochet in the Casino Gauntlet.
It makes you hate him.
But you didn't have the week before that happen. Jake the Snake beats him in 2 minutes in a squash. Like, come on. Like, I think that there's an even ground, and that this is not what you should do if you're gonna crown somebody to be the champion days later. I just think it undermines Ricochet, and I think that you can get the same job done in a different way, and you can get people off the scent and make people believe Rashi's going to be the champion instead of Ricochet. But let's talk about it. Let's talk about the next matchup, which was our first bloodbath of the night, as we had no holes barred. Jon Moxley versus Kyle O'Reilly. O'Reilly goes immediately after Moxley before the bell rings, taking out his legs and grounding him. They work to some standing switches. Moxley ducks a roundhouse kick. Moxley picks the leg, and O'Reilly tries to roll into an armbar, but Moxley rolls out of it. Moxley offers up his chin, hands behind his back. O'Reilly with a headbutt, but Moxley gouges the eyes. Both men fish hook each other's mouths before O'Reilly applies an abdominal stretch. He has transitions from the abdominal stretch to an ankle lock. We get Moxley, who goes outside for a bit and then it kicks away and escapes from everything. He goes and he finds his trusty partner, the Fork. O'Reilly tries to disarm him, but he can't. Moxley is on top, as O'Reilly desperately tries to struggle away from the Fork, but to no avail. Moxley stabs at O'Reilly's head repeatedly with the Fork to his forehead. I was like, that man's a diabetic. He rakes at his back with the Fork. O'Reilly is instantly a bloody mess. Moxley paintbrushes O'Reilly across the face with the forearms, and then he bites on the open wound. Judo tosses him. Moxley with a straight arm lock, and then he bites at the fingers of O'Reilly. Full Nelson, and then he applies that, but then he relents, and then kicks the spine of O'Reilly. Ankle pick from O'Reilly, and then the ankle lock is clinched in. He transitions into a face lock, guillotine, and then Moxley counters that into a backdrop suplex. Moxley with the fork, he drives it into the nipple of O'Reilly. He was a titty master at one time. Moxley has O'Reilly on the apron, and then O'Reilly reverses and locks in a stranglehold. We get a dragon screw through the ropes. Then we get Moxley to the floor. O'Reilly tries a diving knee, but he gets shrugged off. O'Reilly catapults Moxley's face first into the ring post. O'Reilly with a drop kick into the barricade, and then Moxley does appear to be bleeding instantly. We get O'Reilly gets caught into the triangle choke, but then he switches that. He reverses that into a straight ankle lock. Triangle choke, then he reverses into that. Moxley is poised with the fork, but O'Reilly grabs it and he starts forking at the head of Moxley. Moxley instantly starts bleeding from the puncture wounds. He then pulls out a chain, which is Moxley's the most feared weapon after Allin Texas. They struggle. He wraps the chain around his neck and then he ties it around Moxley's neck. He locks in a guillotine choke. Moxley similarly uses it against O'Reilly and wraps it around his neck. Both men try for suplexes. Both men are linked by the neck to the chain. They're to their knees. Both men wrap the chains around their fists and start punching at each other. Then we get O'Reilly with an axe kick. Moxley brings him over into a bulldog choke with the chain, but O'Reilly rolls right through it. O'Reilly tries for a cross arm breaker, but Moxley is able to reverse that into an ankle lock. He then reverses it into an STF. O'Reilly stabs the hand of Moxley using the fork that was on the mat. Then he stomps. Then you get Moxley stomps into the chain. Then we get a whole some Seth Rollins theme song singing. Then Moxley leaves the ring. He grabs a chair. He wraps it around O'Reilly's arm. Moxley stomps on the arm, pilmanizing it, and then locks on a Kimura. He tries for the Death Rider and he hits it. O'Reilly is able to grab onto his own tights when Moxley tries for the Kimura yet again. Moxley rolls and then O'Reilly counters into the ankle lock. He stomps at the ankle and then grabs the chain. He wraps the chain around Moxley's leg. He then applies the ankle lock and then makes Moxley tap out once again. Just like in the Blood and Guts, Jon Moxley has tapped out yet again. Allin Texas. Their loss for the trios titles in April. Moxley saying I quit at Wrestle Dream. Blood and Guts tapping out. And then at Full Gear, he taps out yet again to Kyle O'Reilly. Excellent matchup. They used the stipulation to their strengths. I thought that the matchup should have been a submission matchup. And I think you can still use because a submission match is also, guess what? No disqualification. Remember Bret Hart versus Steve Austin from WrestleMania 13? You can use no DQ in that stipulation, and I think it would have avoided a lot of the problems with the card overall. But you also should not have this match before the next matchup. But Kyle O'Reilly picks up a huge win. I was so dreading Jon Moxley getting his win back at Full Gear. I knew that was a possibility. I'm so glad it didn't happen. O'Reilly picks up the win. Fantastic, an excellent matchup. I gave it 4.5 stars. Post-match, though, O'Reilly is down on his back and he's being checked out by the doctors and attendants. And it's like Jon Moxley at first, when he looks at O'Reilly after the matchup, he's like nodding and like giving him a show of respect with his facial expression. But then as soon as he sees that he lost, O'Reilly won, but O'Reilly is being checked out by the doctors, it's like Jon Moxley took that as disrespect. He's like, you're not about to win and go to the hospital. That's not how this works. He attacks O'Reilly while he's down until the Conglomeration and Death Riders all hit the ring. The Conglomeration take O'Reilly to the back, and due to the post-match beating and the beating he received in this no-holds-barred matchup, Kyle O'Reilly has been medically disqualified from the C2, the Continental Classic. Meanwhile, Jon Moxley has cut another fantastic promo over on AEW social media where he talks about that this is just a regular season. He doesn't stay down. He doesn't cry about losses. He just moves on to the next game. He was like, these guys are out here celebrating the regular season when the playoffs are about to start. All the while, the rest of the Death Riders did not look particularly happy with their leader.
That was a big thing that I wish they would have put more focus on the live broadcast too, because like you mentioned, there was a moment where Mox, like he respected Kyle, and then he leaves, and Marina's face was telling the story where she was like disappointed in him, like fuck, and she actually tells him something before he gets back in the ring to beat on Kyle O'Reilly. And then if you see her in the background, she's got like a devious smile, like, okay, now he's doing what I need him. He's slipping away from his Death Riders, and I love the way they're doing this. Of course, because this is wrestling, I wish they would beat people over the head a little bit with it sometimes. But we came up with 20 years of them doing it so much that I guess a little subtlety goes a long way. But I'm really interested in what comes next for both Moxley and Kyle O'Reilly. Kyle O'Reilly getting that big fucking push. Every time he joins a promotion, he goes through the same cycle. It's like first we have this idea of him, and then a little bit of his personality slips out, and then we realize what we have, and we try to get him to the top of the card, and then something happens, whether he signs to the next place or he suffered an injury, which what happened in AEW where they kind of figured it out, and then he had the severe health issues, and then it's like, oh man, did we lose him? Except this time we kind of skipped the part where they don't know who he is. Now, when he came back, Tony was fully aware of what Kyle O'Reilly was capable of, and they slowly built towards him climbing up the top of the card. Kyle O'Reilly and Mark Briscoe's climb up the top of the card is like my favorite surprise in the later half of 2025. Like, we really took this conglomeration thing seriously. I cannot believe you guys, and I respect you for doing it. I genuinely do. I love this. I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, I've been waiting for like 2 years for them to get Orange Cassidy as hot as he was during his international title run, and they just decided to get his tag team partners as hot as he was during his international title run. Kris, what did you think about O'Reilly and Moxley here?
Yeah, I love this match a lot. I thought this might be my match of the night. I'm not sure. I still haven't made a decision yet, but I did like the match a lot. I thought the story that they told with Moxley was great. And Moxley kind of right now reminds me of Victor Sweet in Four Brothers, you know, like at the end of the movie, like Victor Sweet is kind of, you know, he takes a few L's and it's like he's coping. They take him to the ice, the ice, and they're about to, and he like thinks his boys are gonna back him up, and they're not, and he's like, fine, he's still talking shit like he's.
You gonna do this to me? You gonna do this to me?
Yeah.
You gonna do this to hand that I've been feeding you?
Yeah, and it seems like Moxley is on that trajectory. I like this. I liked it a lot. I thought and Kyle O'Reilly, because people still try to debate, like with NXT guys, are they doing better in AEW or WWE? I still say AEW, even though, you know, Braun Breaker and Jonas, they're doing okay, you know. But I just think that when an NXT guy hits his stride in AEW, they just seem to like know what to do with them, like with Swerve, you know. So happy for Kyle O'Reilly, you know, because I do think if he stayed in WWE, I don't see him. I see him being Andrade pretty much, you know. Worse.
They had him at the end of his run. He was Von Wagner's weird friend.
Oh yeah.
He had looked like he was on the trajectory to become NXT champion after the Finn Balor matches, and then Cole turning on him, and then they just said, "You know what? You beat Cole. All right, we're gonna go. You're gonna take you over here." Cole left, so we're taking you over here. Josh, what did you think about O'Reilly and Moxley?
The match was great. Very bloodied. I didn't think it was gonna be that bloody, just because, I mean, again, no holds bar. You know, you don't think of the worst of that kind of stipulation, but then I was like, damn, what was the point of no holds bar? They could have just made this like a death match at this point with the amount of blood that I was seeing. And of stuff they were using. But besides that, I mean, the match was really good. Mox, he has a fetish for forks. So once that shit came out, I was like, yeah, I knew what was happening. But the right person won. It was a big win for Kyle, but I do see kind of more of, I want to say, of what's been going on with the Duff Riders, but they kind of alliterated more of like, what's been going on of, a possible turn on Mox, because, that was kind of my criticism that I had with Dynamite. Last week, Blood and Guts, he lost, but then there was no real follow-up to that. Like it wasn't acknowledged. It's just he went straight to a match and he won. So that was kind of like my criticism to that. At least now we kind of had that promo. You kind of see like their reaction to his promo, to what he was saying. Mm-hmm. And then also like, he basically paid his respect to Kyle, but then once Marina was there was a switch that flipped, and he decided to just beat the shit out of him instead of just like leaving. You know what I mean? So you kind of see more of that. I want to see more of that because I'm like, if there's something that is supposed to be happening, I don't think this needs to necessarily be slow building. Just because we kind of seen it for a while. The man had been losing. He's been tapping out like a bitch. So you don't need to really have a slow build to something that's losing. Like, again, like he lost an All-In. He tapped out. He lost to Darby. He tapped out. He tapped out to Kyle O'Reilly twice.
I think they made the right decision in not pulling the trigger last night, because I think that it wouldn't have been the.
I think at that point
coming out of the show, like
no, at that point I wouldn't have done it last night. You know what I'm saying? Like at that point I wouldn't have done it last night, just because again, we haven't had that big acknowledgement of him like within the group. Like there hasn't been no like segment or something. So I wouldn't have done it last night. I just hope they don't drag this shit out. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I think at this point it's like, we kind of see what's going on. I just hope it's not. I also hope they don't pull some bullshit where it's like, oh yeah, they're teasing this, and then oh wait, Mox is just staying. I don't want that shit. Don't do what the Judgment Day has been doing. Please don't do that. Please don't do that.
They're not even overtly like John said. They're not even overtly teasing this, and they do need to. I do agree with you. Like I heard you kind of broach the comment, but you are 100% right. You have to be very blatant. You have to be heavy-handed with wrestling fans. No matter what the promotion is, you have to have a very overt tease. You can't do subtle teases before the big turn. You have to have at least one very overt. This is teasing what's about to happen.
One thing I wanted to say about the match itself, I wanted to give a shout out to Bryan Danielson. Obviously, Bryan Danielson's commentary, everyone knows by now. He's like one of the smartest commentators in wrestling today. And that showed itself a lot in this match. There were some things that he mentioned that I might not have caught on to until after the match that actually informed the way I enjoyed the match. And he said it immediately, where Mox is trying to out-wrestle Kyle O'Reilly, and he fucking can't. And Marina Shafir notices that he can't. And so she gives him the fork, like, stop, do what you do. And so then Brian says Mox is more, he's going into his death jutsu, which at first can sound like a fucking gimmick, what it is, what it is. But he actually wrestled the match technically, he just had a fork. So he was wrestling Kyle O'Reilly technically, but also poking him and stabbing him and shit. And it's like that. When he said the death jutsu thing, and Mox actually goes on to wrestle this style that matches how Brian explained it to me, it really informed how I enjoyed this match, because it changed it. That's why I was like, by the time they did the other blood match, the weapons match, I knew that it could not have been like this, because nobody else is doing this kind of
and that was
bullshit.
that was smartly like laid out. Like for me that didn't get to hear Brian's commentary, you can just see the story being laid out. And like I didn't even make the reference to the chain being a reference to All in Texas. I heard somebody else say that. I was saying it because I'm an old school. I've been shooting in the Colorado gym for years. I was like, that's a callback to the Adam Cole matches in Ring of Honor. I was like, let's go.
What they know about that mixed rules hybrid match, baby. But
I was like, this is just him calling back to those future shock battles. This is all he's doing here. So yeah, good stuff there. Technical death match, as Power Driver Finisher put it. But yes, let's talk about the TNT Championship up for grabs in a no disqualification matchup. Yes, right after the no holds barred matchup, it is Mark Briscoe challenging Kyle Fletcher. If Mark Briscoe loses, he must join the Don Callis family. Briscoe squares up with Fletcher early on, who slaps him. Briscoe, of course, slaps him back, and it breaks down into a slugfest from there until Fletcher knocks down Mark. We get a J Driller attempt, but that's shrugged off as we get a big boot in the corner to knock Mark to the floor. Fletcher to the apron, running PK is caught as Briscoe tosses him. Chair thrown right into the face of Fletcher. Briscoe sends Fletcher into the steel steps, grabs a chair, and smacks him in the back with it. Briscoe to the apron. He dives for the cannonball, but gets caught into a brainbuster right onto the steel chair. That looked absolutely brutal. We get a running knee into the steps. Now Fletcher is in full control as he works over Briscoe for a bit here. We get Briscoe sweeps the legs though. Kyle lands right back first onto the steel steps. Briscoe pulls out a ladder and he props it up into the corner of the barricade, but he goes for a dive and Fletcher moves out the way and Briscoe completely demolishes that fucking ladder. And these ladders, oh my god, they went to the cheapest fucking Family Dollar they could go to get these flimsy ass fucking plastic ladders. These ladders were falling apart every time a person's body hit it. And yes, these are big body individuals, but goddamn, get better ladders. These were awful ladders. They were just flingily. They were flying all over the place. Eventually, Briscoe grabs one of the ladders as freaking Fletcher was setting him up for something. He launches the crumbling ladder at Fletcher and drop kicks it right into his face, busting Fletcher open. Kyle comes back. He body slams a bloody Briscoe at this point and tosses a new ladder on top of him. Fletcher sets it up in the corner, but Briscoe's able to fight free and he gets a hold of it and he uses it to his advantage. We get a ladder shot to the face and then a ladder shot to the back. We get Fletcher catches Briscoe in a half and half suplex on the floor, crushing him. Kyle sets up 6 chairs at ringside and Briscoe launches him another chair at his head. Briscoe lays him out on the chairs and heads back to the top rope, but Don Callis distracts. Kyle jumps up and shoves Briscoe off the top through a table that was set up at ringside. Fletcher embraces and kisses Callis at the announce table before pulling out another ladder and sliding it into the ring. We get a running boot connects in the corner. Fletcher may be thinking of the lawn dart, but he goes for a half and half through a table, but no, Briscoe's able to block that. Insecurity. Briscoe goes for a J Driller, but Kyle holds on. Running backpack into the table, totally destroying it. Kyle then pulls out a bucket into the ring and pours out some thumbtacks. Then you know what's going to happen here. We get a powerbomb attempt, but Briscoe reverses it. He gets a fisherman's buster into the thumbtacks for a 2 count. Briscoe then pulls out a barbed wire table, and you knew something bad was going to happen. He brings out an even bigger ladder. Then Kyle gets knocked back. He gets a blockbuster into the pile of 6 chairs at ringside. Briscoe lays Kyle onto the table, climbs the ladder. Kyle rolls off of it. He tries to fight Briscoe off of the ladder, but eventually he goes through the ladder with a massive froggy bow through the table off the large ladder. I was like, that should have been the finish. He gets a 1-2. Fletcher kicks out. Briscoe pulls out a barbed wire table, But you get Kyle then hands him Kyle gets handed a screwdriver by Don Callis, and he's able to use it. He starts stabbing at the head of freaking Briscoe after a low blow. Briscoe reverses things. He gets a brain buster into the thumbtacks for a 2 count. Fletcher shoves the referee into the ropes when Briscoe goes up for a froggy bow. Fletcher then shoves the screwdriver into the top turnbuckle, and he's looking for his super brain buster, but Briscoe's able to fight out of it. Fletcher still has the screwdriver, and he stabs at him a bit more. Running screwdriver shot, then a brain buster. Briscoe kicks out at 2. Briscoe fights back. Fletcher brings him to another corner. He goes for another brain buster, but Briscoe's able to fight out of it. He hits the Razor's Edge, which his brother used to hit when he was in his prime. He hits that off the middle rope through the barbed wire table with Fletcher's back raking the barbed wire as he went down. He then picks him up, delivers the J Driller. 1, 2, 3. Mark Briscoe finally wins the big one. All the feels in the world. This was a tremendous plunder matchup. It had drama. It had stakes. Most of all, it had emotion. This crowd in Newark was emotionally invested down the stretch of seeing Mark Briscoe win the big one, especially after the video package that he came out with, which went over how he felt after his brother passed away, that he didn't want to wrestle anymore after losing his partner, but he found the inspiration through God, through his family on the road, the conglomeration, through all the fans, and Briscoe was able to achieve his biggest dream, winning an AEW singles title right here in Newark, New Jersey, a place very close to their heart, very close to the Delaware area where they started wrestling, and Philadelphia where they started wrestling in Ring of Honor. So great story overall being told here, and a fantastic moment on the night. I gave this one 4 3/4 stars. This is probably the biggest contender for me to FTR and Brodido for match of the night, because emotion-wise, this was the peak of the whole entire show. Josh,
Right.
what did you think?
I thought the match was great, honestly. Mark, I just love the fact that, every week, every month, when we have these pay-per-views, Dynamite, every time Mark is on TV, we're always praising him, and we're always praising him because of the amount of effort that he gives. When he loses, wins, whatever the case may be, I think we see the effort that he always puts in, especially what he's been having to deal with, speaks volumes of the man, because it's not, like, we all deal with loss, but it's the level of loss that he dealt with and how fast he came back and how much he's been able to make a name for himself, right, while honoring his brother. And you're kind of seeing all of that. Like, you've been seeing all of that. So for him to win last night, it was a lot. It meant a lot, because even though he did win the Ring of Honor title, I think this one, it just feels like it solidified what he means, for the company. Not only he gave a great performance, because that was those guys, man, both of them, Kyle and Mark, I mean, they killed it. And every time they've worked together, it's been no different. So the match itself was great, and the moment Mark winning was great, especially how he won it using his finisher. I thought it was like, it capped off a great match for me. I do agree with the ladders, man. Them some cheap ass ladders, but I mean, we respect. It's New Jersey. New Jersey's a dump, so they don't have nothing good. So I understand that, So you can't get good ladders in New Jersey, So I understand, But besides that, I mean, again, a great match. I thought the right person did win, just because, this is kind of this was like the 5th, 6th match. It's kind of even at this point. Yeah. So it had to go way. And Kyle, this doesn't hurt Kyle one bit, because he's already established himself. But I do like the fact what happens after the fact. We'll get to that, but I thought everything made sense.
They're
the match
tied
itself and one of them winning. Yep. Huh?
Yeah.
They're tied now, right?
Yeah, 3-3.
Yeah.
There's a rubber match somewhere down the line. Hopefully not immediately. You take care of that much later.
Hopefully not. John, what did you think about the match?
I love plunder and blood and stuff. So this was probably and it's crazy I say that, but I'm not a big fan of like deathmatch promotion. I don't mind deathmatch matches. I just don't want to watch 7 of them in a row. But that being said, like this was one of my favorite matches of the night. I think Kyle O'Reilly and John Moxley edged it out just because I'm also like a big fan of technical wrestling and they fucking mixed it up there. Oh, by the way, that's what I wanted to mention earlier. No holds barred. That's why I had the name because the focus on holds. Anyway, that's why we're not going to call it no disqualification. Ryan Danielson explained that on commentary as well. No holds barred comes from before hardcore matches. It was just people fighting with literally no holds barred. And I was like, oh, fuck. Anyway,
Brian.
This was
Brian.
not about the holds or anything. This was just weaponry and violence and murder. And it was everything that you wanted their 6 match to be because they have had 6 matches. So there's got to be a way to make it different and make it count. And so, yeah, they went crazy. The screwdriver teases were also disgusting. Like the idea of sticking a screwdriver up the turnbuckle and teasing the fucking brainbuster.
I was like, you trying to kill him?
Like, I know he's not going to do that, but teasing it has made me try to visualize it. And I'm like, God, that's horrifying. But yeah, man, perfect ending, perfect follow-up, perfect booking decision. I would go 475, and if I watch it again, I might have to watch it again to make sure that it's not 5 songs. I'm trying to fight myself.
I think the reason why I didn't go the full 5 is because the crowd does take a while to get into the matchup because they just saw a very similar matchup.
Yeah.
So that's the main. It's the crowd that stops it from 5 for me because I think like the emotion they got into it.
Got involved either.
Yeah. I would say that spot from the ladder that was like probably my favorite spot of the match because even though Kyle just jumped. I thought it looked pretty badass. Where it's like, damn, that timing itself, like the fact that he not only jumped, but that it landed the way that it landed, it didn't even look off. So like the jumping didn't even matter. Like it just, it was crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah, he's done that before, but he's done it like just standing, and he jumped on the froggy bow spot. But to do it from a ladder, that takes great timing, and they had it. To see it in person was great.
Yeah. It's goddamn Kyle. It's Kyle Fletcher's part of the performance that I've never seen that before. Like people do that still for like foot stomps, like from the top rope. I've never seen someone do it from a fucking ladder and from that high. Sick people. These are sick men. I enjoy their work.
He is a sicko. Kris, what did you think?
Yeah, I thought this was a great match. And like with Briscoe, it's what he's one of those people that he reminds me of kind of like their version of Sami Zayn maybe, in the fact that he's credible if you give him the world title. It's just he really fights great from under, you know. And I thought him beating Kyle Fletcher after the whole thing with MJF a couple months before, I think these W's are going to eventually amount to something, and I could see him getting like if not their world title, like in a feud for the world title or something like that. I think he's proven himself to be very important to the company over the last couple years. So
Definitely. Do you think Mark is going to be in the C2?
You know, I almost don't want him to be. Like I want when Daniel Garcia won the TNT title and they put him in a Continental Classic and it kind of looked like he was going to be doing something, but then he got lost in the shuffle. Like I'm kind of scared. Can we focus on Mark Briscoe's title reign and just let him have his own storylines, and so that he doesn't get I don't want to say lost in the sauce, because I feel like when you do the Continental Classic, you can kind of go onto autopilot. Like, okay, I've got these matches all set up here. I booked it. I've got a book now. I don't really have to worry about this storytelling because it's a wrestling tournament. So I don't want Mark Briscoe to get lost in that. I prefer something with a little more spotlight on him as champion.
Right.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Hey Sid, I've been jobbing to my tech all morning, so can you give me a second? I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave and try one more thing. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna just
No worries. Take your time.
All right, thanks, bro.
Lexi Nair was backstage, and she was with the Don Callis family a little bit later in the show. She met up with Don Callis to talk about the night that he's had. Callis thinks that things went pretty well. He says that Takeshita and Okada are starting to get into it, but he says that Callis says that let's not do this right now. Okada will defend his Continental title in the Continental Classic, because I seem to be the only one who heard that, because I'm the only one who's making a big deal out of it. But he says, so he says Takeshita then says, oh, he's going to be defending that in the Continental Classic? Well, I'm going to be in the Continental Classic. Kyle Fletcher then shows up and he says, Proto-Kata? Proto-Shida? Where were you? He lost his title. And he says, but he won't be without a title for too long. Since they didn't want to help him and show up, he's inserting himself into the Continental Classic. So it won't stay that way for too long, but man, that's 3 big heavy hitters for this year's Continental Classic, with Fletcher, Okada, and Takeshita all part of the Don Callis family in this year's tournament. It's really clear that the Don Callis family drama is going to be the centerpiece of this year's C2. You're muted, by the way, John.
It's not me, honestly. I haven't hit that button again.
No, it was me, because you have some background noise. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my kids are all awake now. I'm really excited to see these 3 in the tournament, because that means that because usually you could just separate 2 people by block or whatever, like Okada in one block, Takeshita in the other block, and we'll see each other in the final. But you throw Kyle Fletcher in there, and it kind of throws a wrench in that whole idea. I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen after this. And then who is he gonna meet up with during the tournament? Is he gonna make it to the finals? I think that Takeshita and Okada as the finals is I mentioned last month on the show, like, if we do that, it's a little predictable or whatever. But at least having Kyle Fletcher in here has made it so that at least right now, I can't tell what the fuck we're doing at the end of the tournament. You did mention earlier, like you mentioned, Okada says he's going to defend his Continental title in the tournament. I know it's convoluted. It was easy for me to wrap my head around it, because I thought about it like a Dragon Ball future. Like, that unified belt only exists if Okada has both those titles. Like, if he loses the Continental, if he loses the Continental title, then he's no longer a unified champion. That belt no longer exists. But my only problem with that is that if you establish that as a thing in AEW, now anytime someone has 2 singles belts, they should be a unified champion. There should be some acknowledgement of that. So I don't think it's happened yet. Like, I don't think there's been a person in AEW who has held 2 major singles titles. I think they've held tag belts and singles belts. So I'll give them that Okada's the first one. But I'm just saying, now that you establish this, as convoluted as it is, it exists forever. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense right now.
Don't do things that are convoluted. That's the other solution.
It's already done. Like, I don't know why. I genuinely don't know what.
No, it's not. It's not already done. It was just Don Callis. You could say Don Callis misspoke. You could say it like that. You could say he misspoke. It's actually for the unified title, not the Continental title. MCAS says SRS heard that too. He said that he was texting someone in the scrum to ask about it. No one did. What the hell? SP3. No, SRS didn't text me. So he didn't text the right person. 1 and 2. I raised my hand and I was never called on. And that was one of my questions I wanted to ask.
I think I don't even know where I got this idea from. I feel like he explained this, but I don't know that for sure. I don't know if because I smoked too much weed, unfortunately. I don't know if I made that up or if Tony Khan mentioned it. But that's the way I've understood it to be all along. Like, that's the way I've had it in my head all along. Like, at some point, he could possibly lose one of the belts. Oh, it's because when they originally explained the concept of this belt, they said the fucking lineages still existed. That it's not a unified championship lineage. It's like he's got both the international and the continental belt. That's why I took it in my head that if he was ever in the Continental Classic, he would only be defending the Continental title. Again, convoluted as fuck. I don't know why we got.
It doesn't need to
Yeah,
be.
it's hard to explain.
You just make it for the unified title. It's not that difficult. Oh my god. Oh my god. I swear, my point earlier is just becoming bigger. That this man just makes things more difficult for himself when he doesn't have to.
Everything they do, like sometimes some things are like so obvious, like, oh, we can get from point A to point B. How the fuck did we get to point F? What are we doing over here? And will we ever get to point B? Sometimes point B doesn't come.
It doesn't come. They just make it drop it. Oh, we got in the chat, good question from Pedro. He says, where do you put Fletcher, in Okada's block or Takeshita's block? I think if this is what I think should happen in this year's Continental Classic, the winner should be from the Don Callis family, but it shouldn't be Okada. It should either be Fletcher or Takeshita. If you're going to be Takeshita wins in the end, then he should be in a block by himself. Okada and Fletcher should be in the block together, because then that plays off of their matchup from last year's tournament. If you want to go in a completely different direction, and I'll give credit where credit's due, it was Dave Meltzer who said it originally on the post show last night. He thinks that Kyle Fletcher should win the Continental Classic, where you can give away the Okada and Takeshita matchup in the block, and it ends in a time limit draw. No one wins. You still have the matchup for later on, and then in the end, Fletcher wins. He beats one of those guys. They face in the semifinals, and then he beats one of them in the finals.
I can actually dig that. I think emotionally, the big emotional thing would be having Takeshita and Kyle Fletcher in the same block, because they're still like friends. Kyle's just mad at him, and it would have the fans like really invested. Like, oh fuck, like this is really hard to watch. They don't want to beat each other up, but they have to for the tournament or whatever. But Dave's idea of Kyle Fletcher winning the tournament and then giving Okada and Takeshita a draw on television, I like that. The only thing that I have a problem with is like I mentioned earlier, I was like mad that they had already gotten physical. Like, I wish they had.
Yeah, I want the moment of Takeshita finally getting physical with Okada that I don't want them to face in the block. Yeah. My booking that I said on Trio Heat, I said on E Ramble this week is Okada, Takeshita make it to the semifinals. Okada loses in the semifinals. Takeshita wins the tournament, so he wins Okada's title without beating Okada.
Yeah, that's the
way I would.
I don't know. I know they see something. So I know they see Kyle Fletcher like a main event star. Like, he's going to be their top guy at some point. So I don't know how long he's going to be without a championship following this TNT title loss. So I think him winning Okada's belt creates tension in the Don Callis family, but it also keeps Kyle Fletcher in a top position with a big old shiny prop around his waist.
But I also think that you should do that with Takeshita as well. That Takeshita, although he's got the big win in New Japan, the G1 and IWGP title, he hasn't had that big significant win outside of like the Omega matches and stuff like that. But, we got our brother Kris back with us. You good now, Kris?
A little bit better. I'm not still on my tablet. It's just, I don't know. I have this 404 area code, or no, this 404 error that keeps blocking me from opening Stream Top on my other tech. So I just got to get that checked out tomorrow. But DuckDuckGo seems to be working on my tablet. So cool.
All right, we're talking about the $1 million matchup. The Young Bucks and Josh Alexander facing Kenny Omega and Jurassic Express. We got the rules, of course. The winner gets $1 million. Nick Jackson and Jack Perry start off the matchup. They quickly spill to the outside, avoiding each other's rapid offense. We get the standoff as Nick gets right into Perry's face. Matt and Luchasaurus tag in, and we got our big man matchup. Yes, Matt would be the big man of his team. Alexander comes in. He gets a cheap shot on Kenny Omega before tagging in. Running back elbow connects with Omega with a slingshot crossbody to the outside. Back inside, Josh targets the ankle of Omega with the Bucks coming in. Omega with basement drop kicks and face busters to the both of them. He goes for the Terminator dive. We get the Terminator claps. He goes for the dive, but Alexander comes in early to put a stop to that. Hurricane Rana from Omega, and then finally he's able to hit the dive. Luchasaurus comes in, body slams for everyone. Perry with an assisted senton. Then Josh cashes Perry and slams him on the mat to give the heels control. Josh and Kenny get into it. We get a strike fest between the two men before Omega gets snapdragons on everybody in the ring. The Bucks eventually come in after Josh Alexander gains control. He gets an ankle lock on Omega, and we get a BTE trigger while Omega's still in the ankle lock. They take out Jurassic Express. Kenny is fading, but Omega somehow makes it to the ropes. We get the TK driver is interrupted as Luchasaurus shoves Matt and Josh to the floor. Omega and the Jurassic Express hit their own version of the TK driver on Nick. Perry is in, and we get the countdown to extinction, but it's avoided. Omega with the knee to Alexander. Perry with the Hurricane Rana to Matt to the floor. Countdown to extinction is finally connects. Alexander breaks up the cover. Omega and Luchasaurus get the Bucks on their shoulders, and we get a double doomsday device. But the Bucks actually flip and land on their feet. They get super kicks to Perry, super kick to Luchasaurus, accidental super kick to Alexander. One wing angel by Omega on Alexander on the floor with the Bucks just watching, not even trying to help them. We then get a backslide attempt by Jack Perry as he's looking to get the cover and the win for his team. But the Bucks are able to reverse that. Both Matt and Nick get into the ring at the same time. They hit the BTE trigger on Perry, get the 1-2-3 to get the win and regain their wealth. They are now $1 million richer. This was very fast-paced, nonstop party trios matchup that the Young Bucks have become known for. It really got good towards the latter stretch of the matchup, but this was the first match of the final three that was hurt by the crowd being so kind of worn out and drained from the last two very violent matches. But they did get into this match late, and they were into Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega was the one person in this matchup they treated like a star the entire time, anytime Omega was in the ring. Don Callis gets into the ring. He hands the Bucks the money. He gets on the mic and he says that they're rich one more time. They're now part of the family. Let's go celebrate. The Bucks take their money in their satchels and then head off with Callis. Alexander and the rest of the family, they start attacking Kenny Omega, a 5-on-1 beatdown. The Bucks turn back and see the 5-on-1 beatdown. They are conflicted. They're looking at the money. They're looking at Callis, realizing they have a choice to make. And eventually they make it. They run down. They charge back to the ring. They fight off the Don Callis family. The Bucks start fighting alongside Jurassic Express to fight off the rest of the family and stand tall. Jurassic Express extend their hands to the Bucks, who accept it and shake their hands as a payoff for what we saw last month at Wrestle Dream. And then the Bucks extend their hand to shake with Kenny Omega. Omega sees this, but he slaps their hands away and he says, brothers don't shake hands, brothers hug. And they all hug. We get the elite chants from the crowd. The crowd pops for this. We got Excalibur, who said, I already said, give the people what they want. As the elite are finally reunited, they stand tall in the ring against the Don Callis family. The match itself, I give 4 stars, and I love the payoff to the story of the Bucks choosing the friendship with Omega over the money and the Callis family. Great story, great payoff for the lead up to all of this coming together. So, John, what did you think about this?
Oh man, I'm such a big I'm in the bag for the Elite. And when they get back together like this, it's always gonna touch me. I don't want them apart in the first place. Like, I was only mad that they didn't have the license ready for the fucking Kansas song. Like I was ready for that shit to play right now. I'm excited to see them back together. The storyline of the Bucks fighting to finally get their money back, finally fighting to get their wealth, and they finally get it, and they have to choose between friendship and money. That's prime shit. That's great storytelling right there. They're rich anyway, except now they're rich in friendship, not money. God damn it. It's like, that's good shit. I love it. I love the Bucks. I love Kenny. I love the story they told here. I want to know what's next. I guess they have to do their trios match against their big blowout trios match against the Don Callis family. But I kind of wonder if this is, with all this talk of retirement and everything, if this is like the last run for the Elite together as far as being a faction. Maybe pulling, I guess, Hangman and Takeshita in with it. However this is going to end up, because I feel like this is just like chapter 1 for something that's going to end in like Blood and Guts 2026 or something like that. Like it involves Takeshita, involves Hangman, things like that. But I'm really excited to see them get into whatever this is going to be. But the Elite is back. Just give me that first entrance. I'm looking forward to it.
Kris, what did you think?
Yeah, I liked it. The match was actually pretty good, but you could tell that the crowd was kind of dying. I could tell from watching on television, and I was kind of losing it too. It was only 10 p.m. So what I could only imagine being in the Prudential Center, which I've been to twice for this particular event before. I thought the storytelling was great. I think, everybody is aptly cast in their roles in this storyline. Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus, they were kind of dying a death a little bit. So it's good to see them back where they belong, and good to see the Young Bucks back to being baby faces again, because I do think their heel shit was getting old probably after the first couple months of it. So yeah, I'm cool with this.
Josh, what did you think?
The match itself was okay. I thought this match was more of a the segment after, more so than for the match itself.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always good to see the Elite back. It's just it's one of those things though that it's like, damn, bro, like how many times they get back together? Like they gotta stop splitting up at the point. But it's always good. I think they're a stronger force every time they're together, because this is what the company was built on. The company was built on the Elite, So to see them back together is cool, But I'm kind of glad they did it last night, because how many times have you seen the Bucks be in this kind of position where somebody they know they're getting beat up and then they walk away and everybody starts booing them because they're too much forward. This is similar to what happened with the Death Riders when they left. They left their company high and dry, and then they bounced. So it's kind of good to finally see something different where they kind of just said fuck it. They always been about the money, but then they're on at least on TV. But to do it last night, I thought it was the right thing. The only thing I would have liked, was if they would have played their theme at the end. I would have liked that. But it is what it is. I like them coming back together. I mean, it's cool. I didn't mind it.
Yeah. They do have to figure out. They can't do an Elite reunion once a year. It can't be a once a year thing. But it hasn't been that many in AEW alone. It's just been 2 before this. Which if I said more than one, then it is too many. So this is the 3rd Elite reunion under the AEW umbrella.
I think I was gonna say for the years of the Young Bucks being bad friends in canon, it's finally found something I can keep going back to. They're always abandoning their third guy.
I like how he said in canon.
They're bad. I don't know how they are in real life, but in canon, they are bad friends. These are horrible friends. AJ, Marty Scurll, Adam Cole, they just constantly just throw these motherfuckers out of the middle.
Well, I mean, AJ deserved it. AJ deserved it because everybody knew what he was doing.
Oh God, that's fucked up.
You left for the Fed. You know what? We're gonna
what?
kick your ass
So
out.
what? So
supposed
what?
to be his friend, damn it.
Exactly. You're supposed to be his friend. You're supposed to be happy for him.
So what? It's just business. It's not personal. It's business.
Does Teddy look like he's
Mr.
slowing
Towns.
down?
Yeah, they're a gang.
Says, I'm glad the Elite are back, but was it just me, or does Kenny Omega look like he is slowing down? No, it's not. It's not just you, and it's not Kenny Omega. Well, Kenny Omega does look like he is slowing down because that's what he's doing. It's called selling. It's called selling. He's fooling everybody. He's literally slowing down. So we don't always talk about why Kenny Omega doesn't do singles matches, because that's my complaint. Because every time I see him in six mans, he's always the best person, and he was the best person. He was the only guy that crowd felt like was a superstar and treated him like a superstar. And his selling was on point. He moved around the ring as he was supposed to, like the veteran that is breaking down. So yes, if you think Kenny Omega looked like he's selling down, then you got worked.
But there's also. Oh no, he's
good.
No, I think when you're the star of the company, you have to like have risk management. You know, Kenny Omega shouldn't be out there doing shit that he was doing like 5-6 years ago. He's one of their like stars of the company. He's got to wrestle smart so he can do it for longer, because he could easily wrestle at this pace for probably another 10 years or so, you know.
There's that, but there's also setting expectations. Like he's got to slow down. Not even just because his body is maybe even if he still has the physical capability of doing what he can do in a faster speed. It's just like you don't want people to want that from you every time, because your body's going to break down even more. And then he's at a delicate place right now where it's like, yeah, he probably can go, but if he's more responsible with himself, he'll add years to his career. So I think putting him back into the Elite is the very best move you can do, because you get these sort of main event-esque performances, but it's not all on his back. And not only that, when he does do the single stuff, it'll feel more special, and we can spread it out a little more and just kind of keep Kenny Omega on our screens for a little bit longer.
Right?
Yeah. Let's see, you guys are going about the wrong thing. See, you need to be more like me and address the real problem of I am totally fine with Kenny Omega doing party matches and trios matches. Right. I just would like Tony Khan and AEW to stop setting up singles feuds for him, because that's going to make me want to see him in a singles matchup. Andrade was out of his control, but Kyle Fletcher, Josh Alexander, he set them up for singles matches with Kenny Omega and never followed through on that. So, got to call him out on that.
The Kyle Fletcher thing was funny. I was like, what are we even? What? I know Kyle killed Kenny so that Hangman would be mad at him, but then Kenny had no issue with Kyle Fletcher.
Exactly. Like, he came back. He just teaming with somebody. I was like, what are we doing?
It's like, not my business. That dude put me through that table, and I'm scared of him.
Like, even if you wanna, and then they're setting up a Josh matchup for like 3 different pay-per-views and never gave it to us. Like, like Josh has taken out 2 of his best friends. Josh has said that he only joined the Don Callis family as the person to take out Kenny Omega, yet you have not given us one matchup between them, and you had a pay-per-view in Canada. What the fuck? But let's talk about the double main event, I'm gonna call it. First, for the AEW Women's World Championship, Kris Statlander defending against Mercedes Moné. Statlander gets a pretty cool alien rocket ship crash landing entrance and intro. We get a quick start with Statlander with a back suplex to Moné. Monet tries the statement maker, but Statlander is able to prevent it. Standing moonsault by Statlander gets a 2 count. Monet tosses Statlander to the floor, but Statlander comes back. She's clutching at her wrist after she goes for a 450 splash on Mercedes, and Mercedes moves out the way. She lands hard on her shoulder, and she's very much favoring at the rest of the matchup. Aubrey Edwards tries to check on her, and she may be legit injured here. She was still selling the injury during the media scrum as well, and legitimately said that she couldn't even lift her arm. Meteora out of the corner as Monet throws her wrist first into the steel steps. She then does a double Meteora right to the arm as well. Another Meteora connects and she gets a 2 count. Monet whips Stat shoulder first into the buckles, but here comes Statlander with a lariat to respond. Cross arm breaker, but Statlander is able to join her hands together, but she can't get it all together and reverse things, so she gets a waist lock instead. Monet gets on the mat and hyperextends her elbow with her feet. The Tornado DDT gets a 2 count. Then we get one of the best spots of the whole entire night, and finally the spot that got the crowd into this damn matchup, because the crowd was really struggling to get into this matchup early on, similar to their matchup last year at Newark. But Mercedes bust out not 1, not 2, not 3, not even 6, not even 9, not even 12, but 14 amigos representing the 14 titles she planned on holding by the end of this show. Great spot, and that had this crowd on absolute fire. They were treating Mercedes like an absolute superstar from the moment she came out, but they really weren't into the matchup or into Kris Statlander like that. But once the 14 amigos spot happened, they were really into the rest of the matchup. Both women get to their feet, back body drop by Statlander as she's making her comeback. We get a spinning Michinoku driver for a near fall. Monet tosses Statlander into the apron and then wrenches back on her arm a bit again. Statlander busts out a belly to belly, getting a near fall on Mercedes. She then locks Mercedes into her own statement maker. Monet bends at the wrist to escape. She then, they fight on the top rope where Statlander hits this ridiculous looking rib breaker right to the knee to the ribs for a 2 count. Monet rolls her shoulder right up to get it out of that one. She's able to escape Saturday Night Fever, but Statlander hits a package power driver for a 2 count. Monet's able to flip into a poison Rana on Statlander and then follows up with a Meteora against the bottom rope for a near fall. She tries to compose herself and go for the moneymaker, but Statlander is able to reverse it into a tombstone position. Monet gets into a tombstone position of her own into the moneymaker, but Statlander is able to reverse out of that into the turnbuckle. Mercedes tries to use her legs against Statlander, but Statlander is able to get her into the tombstone position, hit Saturday Night Fever, 1, 2, 3. Kris Statlander retains the AEW Women's World Championship, meaning that in the last 30 days, Statlander has pinned both Toni Storm and Mercedes Moné in singles competition to retain the title, legitimizing her as the AEW Women's World Champion. Like I said, the crowd wasn't much into it in the early going. From the 14 Amigo spot on, they were into everything. Both women were flawless in the ring. They just have great chemistry with one another. I know Mercedes said it in her newsletter last year, but I'll say it here. Kris Statlander may be just behind Bayley as the best Mercedes Moné opponent ever. 4.5 stars. This was another terrific match between these two ladies. Who now, in my opinion, probably have the best trilogy in AEW history when it comes to the women's division. Kris, what do you think?
Yeah, I like this match a lot. It's funny because this is where I fucked up too, because on this show a couple months ago, I think all 3 of us predicted that Mercedes was going to lose, and then because the story's going to be she's not going to win the big one. But I was kind of fooled because Mercedes did all this media this month. And that just kind of threw me off. So I was like, okay, so she must be winning this title for this show because she's doing so much media for it. But no, she ended up losing, and I actually in one of the group chats that I'm in, at the 10-minute mark, I was like, okay, Mercedes is losing this match. So I changed my pick 3 times, but my official last pick on air was that Mercedes was going to win. So I'll take the L on that. But yeah, the match was good. I do feel bad for when people are put in these positions where the show has so many highs and the show goes long, and then by the end of the show, like Mercedes was able to get them back up with the 14 amigos and just stuff like that. But the match really did suffer from crowd.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Okay.
You couldn't mute yourself.
It's crazy.
Anyway.
You know what's crazy is my mic is muted, so I don't understand why sound is still coming. And I don't understand what the fuck it's supposed to be working. So that's why I've had it muted and it's just not. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
It's all good, man. I've been having the same issues this morning too. But also, I do want to mention this too. I went on Twitter, and the fans were like it's weird with Mercedes because everyone talked all this shit about her when she first got there, like, oh, she's a diva and she's like creative control and doing all this stuff. And then when I got on Twitter last night, everyone was like, Mercedes should have won, and what the fuck is going on? And just like, I think they're kind of baby facing her with this can't win the big one thing. So yeah, that was just one of the observations I made online. But yeah.
I obviously I felt bad that they had to work to get the crowd back, but I wasn't surprised that they did. Obviously, like you said, their last 2 matches were just top tier. So I suspected that with this being a women's world championship match, and I guess the dynamics are flipped around. Kris has the belt now. I thought they would put their best foot forward again, and they did. It was one of the better matches of the night, and it's one of those situations where it's like, on another card they might have been the best match of the night, but there were a lot of other things going on, so they weren't exactly the best match of the night. But that doesn't take away from how great this match was, and for me, how great Mercedes' run has been so far. Like I rarely been disappointed with a Mercedes match. There's been 1 or 2 that you can probably point to, and the only reason they stick out is because the other ones have been so goddamn good. So I mean, I'm happy to see where I suspected that she would lose this and then kind of start freaking out and falling apart like a thread got pulled, and now she's going to start losing titles here and there, and she'll have to rebuild herself before she can get a real shot at the championship again. But we'll see. I thought, again, that was a perfect choice, perfect booking choice for Mercedes. She lost her big opportunity again, out of her reach, and might never get into her reach until she can shed the weight of her vanity. So we'll see. Well, I can't wait to see how we follow up on that.
I agree. Josh, what did you think?
I thought the match was great. Every time they work together, I mean, the chemistry is like, really top notch between these 2 ladies. And, I'm glad that Statlander won because I'm like, I want to see a long title reign for her. I think she's done enough to warrant that. So I'm glad, that, to an extent that Mercedes didn't win. But also you got a story with Mercedes, she's kind of right now, like, she's kind of like the Toronto Blue Jays. They won the American League Championship, but they didn't win the World Series. Mercedes has all these titles and she can't win the big one. So, very similar, they're just, good at everything else, but then when it matters, you just choke. So you got a good story with Mercedes going forward.
It's very true. Mr. Town says I enjoyed Kris Statlander and Mercedes. We also got Short King. He says we could have gotten a trilogy with Mariah and Tony too, but Mariah, I mean, that would have been the greatest trilogy in AEW. Well, it is up there as well. It's up there as well. Because the Grand Slam matchup, which is probably their weakest, it's still a very good matchup. So
technically, it is a.
I just think
it
that
is a trilogy.
this has been
it's a trilogy.
There was 3.
No, that's what I said. But I said that the Grand Slam matchup was probably the weakest of them. It was just very good.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas Sadie's and Statlander,
Yeah,
I've rated all their matches 4.5 stars. Like,
yeah.
And
the Grand Slam one was more, yeah. I think, and the Grand Slam one was more of a red carpet for Tony. Like, it was her home country, like where she was from. Her getting the title back, which was obvious, but it was still solid for what it was. And it main evented. So a lot of people weren't like too down on it because it main evented Grand Slam. But I do agree with that. Like, it was probably their weakest, but it was still a good match. Kind of just tells you how talented both women are.
I know people are weird about Mercedes, so I always want to make sure to say it now so that you don't think I'm one of you who switched up in 2 years when she goes back to WWE or whatever. I think her run outside of WWE is when we look back on it, when it's over, it's going to be like all time, like legendary, like 10 years, 20 years. Little girls are going to talk about how they're wrestling because of this. Like, I know, like in the weeds, I know people get weird. Oh God, she's winning too much creative control. It's first of all those conversations should be dead by now. Even if you had those concerns earlier, like even if there was a little bit of legitimacy just because you've never seen something like this before, I think by now you should be able to tell where this is headed and how revolutionary it is. Like, you're talking about, oh gosh, she's not even compared to Ultimo Dragon. That's the thing that they like to say. Where fucking Ultimo Dragon's belts were fake. Like, she's actually
when half of these people never watch Ultimo Dragon in their life.
I've never seen an Ultimo Dragon match in their life. But beyond that, you're talking about legitimately walking around with fucking 13 championships and still telling a story in her main company where she can't win the main one. It's like, that's real. Like, these aren't even AEW props. Like, that's part of that that's actually happening. Right, that's so cool to me. There's something so special about that.
And I've seen a few of those matches she's had outside of AEW. They're banger matches, man. They're not even like she's like phoning it in for these preliminary companies. She's like going out there and doing her thing. So I mean, this is a legendary run in my opinion.
I'm not even going to be mad when she goes back to WWE because I think with a run like this one, once the story is finally over, there's nowhere else to go. There's nothing else to do. You can either retire or you could go back to WWE for one last big run where they treat you like the star that they should have treated you as all along. And don't go back unless they guarantee you that shit. But
you got it in writing.
Yeah, I need that shit written in your contract. But I do believe that when this is all said and done, it's like it's never been done before. Like, she's put herself on a whole pedestal far away from most other people, and not even just women, most other wrestlers in the history of this industry. I'm fucking Mercedes Moné, living legend. That's where I'm putting that.
Agreed there for sure. We got Thought Pello, who sends us a few more super chat donations. We got 1, we got 2, and we got 3. Thank you so much, Thought Pello, for the support. You're always one of the big contributors, and glad to see you back in the chat with us. We also got a super chat donation from Jalel is awesome. Good to see you back in the chat as well. He says, love the match. Wanted Mercedes to win. Just wish Stat was built up more before this match. Not mad she won. Yeah, I think that the issue that many people have with Statlander was they had done such a great job with the heel turn and the feud with Willow and how it ended, the culmination at All Out. And then they reversed things by making her babyface, but she was able to recover from that with 2 instant classics with Mercedes last year. And then they didn't follow up with that for the first half of the year. So like it just always felt like she had got start-stop pushes, and then she wins the world title, and now they're going all the way with legitimizing her by having her beat the top 2 women in the division, top 2 women in this company, maybe in all of wrestling right now, the number 1 and 2 from the PWI Women's 250. But I don't think it has the same effect because of the lead up to it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I see that. Yeah.
So hopefully they'll figure it out and they can continue on this, because sometimes AEW will say, "Oh, she beat the top 2 women in the company. Now she could lose the title." I hope that's not what they're going to do with Statlander.
Right. I hope that's not what they are going to do, but I have a feeling that is what they're gonna do. So,
me too, dog. I'm like, maybe they could do a Marina Shafir match, a Megan Bain match, but I don't know if she's gonna get past both of them.
Yeah,
she should definitely get some defenses under her belt. I think this is one of those situations where the title can make the person if we give it enough time, because like you mentioned before, that she had belts, was cold as fuck, but they gave her the belt, and aside from that little performance on commentary last week that I will ignore, she kind of found a new confidence about herself. Like the company putting their belief in her out of nowhere kind of made her shift the way she thinks about her own performances, and then like her promos were feeling more confident. I guess the commentary thing again, I feel like commentary is a whole different animal than being given a mic and told to cut a promo on somebody. On commentary, you're like, it's a whole new game, and not everybody can get that. So I'll just ignore this on commentary last week and focus on the growth that she has experienced since they gave her the title. I think there's still more growth to be had as champion, which it shouldn't always be that way, but since we're here and she's gonna be growing with the belt around her waist, don't take it off her. It's like let's complete this project here, and then you'll have another star that doesn't need the belt afterwards. Hopefully, ideally, is what would happen.
We got LeRon Ford with a super chat donation. He says, "What's the plan for Kris at World's End?" I mean, to me, the one that kind of just writes itself is Marina Shafir, because that was the most notable interaction she had in Blood and Guts. She had the interaction with the Death Riders when they wanted her in the group earlier this year. You can follow up on that, make that the big matchup, and it's Marina Shafir's first big title shot at the women's title, so it feels very fresh to do.
I love Marina Shafir, and I think that she's come such a long way from you don't know me, you know me, you don't know me. But also, I think that a lot of that is smoke and mirrors, and maybe I don't want to pull her out from there yet. Like I think I'm fucking one-on-one match with Kris on the pay-per-view.
No, you got it. Nah, you got to strike while the iron is hot. You got to strike while that. Nah, you got to
do that on television. You did that on pay-per-view.
You got to give
her
her
a different kind of spotlight on Marina Shafir that will maybe, if it doesn't go right, it will ruin the mystique that they've spent all this time building for her. I think you got to figure out another smoke and mirror situation for Marina Shafir if we want to put her in a title match with Kris Statlander, because then it's gonna fall on Kris too.
Yeah, I think because I'm already sensing fan resentment towards Kris. Just by going on like Blue Sky and Twitter, it's like people seem to like resent her for being champion. So Tony Khan, they are going to have to do something, man. I don't know what it is, but something.
I think we should focus
on option. There's no better option for a challenger at World's End that she has history with, she has a feud with, that is ready in the eyes of the fans to be presented as a title challenger. Because I'll tell you, King Craig says Tekla ain't over like Marina Shafir. It's just
she could be with some effort, but we're still at the beginning of that. If you rush that, you'll fuck it up. I think Tekla could be another big star, but we're building that. So just let her continue to be built. I guess the idea is that Marina Shafir is also disposable, right? Because she can lose and you don't have to worry about that. But I just feel like you put
You just
so
make it
much
you make it a no
effort.
DQ matchup. That's the smoke and mirrors.
Yeah,
They do
something.
they do four no DQ matches a pay-per-view. They can do one
Yeah,
for women.
you could definitely do that at the pay-per-view, but it's got to be something. Because I think with Chris's reign right now, as far as like pay-per-view matches, you should focus on the quality. Because if we can build that quality behind her, like people are gonna stay behind her. I'm just worried that one stinker is all it's gonna take, like one, and they're just gonna shit all over her whole reign, her career. She's not good on the mic. She's got fucked up knees. Whatever the fuck they're gonna come up with, you know, the bullshit they come up with. And I'm like, damn, this is very delicate. I don't want to fuck it up.
This is true. This is very true. We got one more super chat donation before we get into the main event. We got Tha Pello with another super chat donation.
Oh
He says,
God.
"Does Mercedes win?"
I never want to see the word
Owen?
Owen next to downfall. What the fuck? They fucked my whole head.
Oh wow, yeah.
I was
That
like,
is,
what are we talking about here? It took me a second.
you should have worded this after the downfall. Does Mercedes win the Owen? That is how you should have worded that. But to answer the question, yeah, I think that seems like that would be. They have enough time to start the downfall following this loss and having her lose all the titles in the next 6 months before she wins the Owen.
Mm-hmm.
Was she signed for 3 years? Would that be her third? Would that be her third year? Next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you sign for 3 years at the beginning of 2024, then 2027 January is when her
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's about
And
that
she-
time.
Yeah, and she did that like in the appearance in the crowd in 2023, I believe.
Yeah, but she wasn't signed then.
She wasn't signed, but she was
Get more famous than you
in the vicinity.
But let's get into the main event of the show for the AEW World Championship, AEW Men's World Championship, Steel Cage matchup. Hangman Adam Page defending against Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe gets a good reaction when he comes out, as he is as then you get Hangman, who gets an even bigger reaction as he has new music. His old one is an absolute banger, but this one was great. It's a version of American Venom from Red Dead Redemption, and I got a good reaction from a lot of fans online, of course. There was a lockup early on, but Joe immediately goes to the injured ribs of Hangman, who's all wrapped up from his recent matches with Powerhouse Hobbs and Katsuyori Shibata. Joe gets ran into the steel cage, and he is the first to get busted open, and my lord, what a blade job. Moonsault off the top rope by Hangman, but Joe kicks out just after one. He gives him, Joe gets control. He gets a face wash boots in the corner. Hangman back up, and he smacks Joe in the side of the head with his boot. Joe is dripping with blood at this point. Clotheslines from Hangman connect, but he takes 1 second too long, and Joe sends him headfirst into the steel cage of himself. A big back elbow from Joe and an enziguri with Hangman trapped between the ropes and the cage. Joe rakes the face of Hangman against the cage wall. Power slam gets a near fall, and then a Hangman on his knees with Joe jabbing him. Hangman absorbs it. He gets to his feet. German evaded. Then Page hits a roaring elbow and a backdrop suplex to gain control again. Hangman underhooks the arms of Joe. Joe counters and gets a Kikina clutch. Joe gets backed up into the corner. Get SC Joe to regain control. He goes for the muscle buster, but Page bites at his forehead. Joe climbs up for a super muscle buster, but Hangman counters to a sunset flip powerbomb. At this point, we get Katsuyori Shibata making his way down to the cage. He grabs the AEW World Championship and tries to bring it to Joe. But Eddie Kingston fights him off as he's trying to climb the cage, and they brawl to the back. You get Hangman and Joe are left. We get Hangman hitting a dead eye, but referee Paul Turner is taken out in the process, so there's no one to count the 1, 2, 3. Hangman gets a visual pinfall. Powerhouse Hobbs pulls up on the cage, and he just nonchalantly rips the chain off the cage door. Page is there to target him and low blows Powerhouse Hobbs. Joe from behind locks in the Kikina clutch, only for Page to send him into the exposed turnbuckle. Page goes out with the door open to the cage. He goes out to the apron and he hits a buckshot lariat. He gets another visual pinfall. At this point, Hook comes out. He checks on the referee. He then grabs the AEW World Championship. He smiles into the camera. He turns around and nails Hangman with the title. Hook takes off his orange jacket and reveals he is wearing an Ops t-shirt. He is officially still a part of the Ops. Joe then takes advantage. Hook lays out the AEW World Championship in the middle of the ring. Joe puts Hangman in the corner. He finishes him off with a muscle buster on top of the title. 1, 2, 3, to the shock of everyone. Samoa Joe is a two-time AEW Men's World Champion. Well, that was bloody for sure. It was slow, though. It was very old school base. It felt like a 1980s slow brawl, walk-in brawl type of brawl between these two guys, which I thought that their brawl that they had last month at Wrestle Dream was terrific. This one, not so much. The crowd was kind of dead for most of the matchup. It was a slower pace. I kind of felt bad that Joe had this all-timer blade job for a crowd that wasn't really as invested in this match as I wished it would. And a lot of that come down to they did a poor job of building up this matchup and making it feel like Joe had the opportunity. That helped for the surprise, but it hurt for the crowd heat. Joe and the dojo, the Ops dojo, comes down to celebrate with Joe. Katsuyori Shibata, Hook, and Powerhouse Hobbs are all here. They're celebrating as well, as Joe is a two-time AEW Men's World Champion. But the show doesn't end there. The lights go out. Immediately, us in the crowd, we see Nana on the stage, and we know what's about to happen. Yep. A burning house is shown on the Contron. And the music, the new music of Swerve Strickland hits. He comes out to a huge reaction from this Newark crowd. Whose house? Swerve's house being echoed around Prudential Center as Swerve slowly makes his way down to the ring. Joe presents the almost lifeless body of Hangman to Swerve, thinking that he's coming after his arch nemesis. Swerve slowly walks towards Hangman, but then he turns and he strikes one of the dojo guys. He starts pounding at them. They all pounce on Swerve as the rest of the Ops hightail it out of the ring. Swerve then takes over. He takes out each and every member of the dojo, hits a house call perfectly to the last one. He then looks over at Hangman. He looks back at Joe and the Ops as one more of the dojo guys come behind Swerve, but Hangman is up. He takes him out with a lariat, and we get this closing visual. The former arch nemesis are now on the same side of a war against Joe and the Ops. Hangman and Swerve stand tall in the middle of the ring to close the show, and that is a great way to kind of leave the crowd, leave the fans with a cliffhanger of what's next in the main event picture, as former enemies are now on one side with a mutual enemy in front of them. The match itself, I'm gonna give it 3 stars. I thought it was, I didn't love it as much as I loved their match from last month. It just felt very slow, very plotting, and the crowd wasn't into it, so that's a bad combination. But the post-match angle, 4.5 stars. That was a great post-match angle. That's a great way to get the crowd and get the crowd back, as well as the fans watching at home, to be invested in watching AEW moving forward. Josh, what did you think?
I thought the match was okay. I thought their Wrestle Dream match was better. This one did feel like a slower pace. This one felt like more of like a what do you call that? You know, like more like overbooking, but obviously the interference, the stuff like that. I kind of felt like it was more based off of that than them having a like blood feud kind of match. Which I would have been fine with. I would have been fine with that, you know, because that's the whole purpose of the cage. The cage for to stay out. So I thought that kind of hurt the idea of that. But Joe winning I was surprised as fuck because I did not expect it, you know. But I like the fact that it's Samoa Joe. I mean, I love Samoa Joe. I think he's, in my opinion, one of the greatest of all time. And I think he's one of the most underappreciated guys in the business. So for him to get another title win, and the fact that he got it like in the way that John said it earlier, where it was like both title wins he's gotten is like, holy shit, like Samoa Joe just won the title. So I like that aspect for him because it's shocking, but also people are just happy for him. People do like the fact that Samoa Joe won, and it was a shocking win. As far as Hangman's title reign, I did enjoy it. I think it was short. I do think it was short. But when it comes to this feud and what was going on, I'm not too upset at it, but I would have liked Hangman to hold on to the title a lot more, honestly. Just because I felt like he's put in the work, and for everything we got we got the payoff from his character. So I would have liked that to be longer, but the fact that we got a surprise finish and we got a feud that's obviously has gone to another level because now Swerve is involved, which his theme was a banger. Like, holy shit! Like, if you're gonna change somebody's theme, make sure that it's a banger. And I thought his theme was a banger. Mm-hmm. People were into it. People were still doing the dance. So it was, everything was right about it. But also, like, the way it made him feel like a top guy, like a legit top guy coming out. People were excited. As far as him beating up the like the dojo people was funny because they acted more like security than like you're in a fucking. All they did was grab Swerve. Yeah, 10 motherfuckers. Why didn't you just swing at the guy? Y'all just grabbed him. Well, you're not security. Beat him up.
They just started at the dojo. They haven't had mad lessons yet.
But still, it's like you watch wrestling long enough to know, like, just beat up the guy. Just beat him up. Instead, they just grabbed him. But then I like the fact that he beat all their asses in the last one. But again, it's good to see Swerve and the fact that they're both lined up down, Paige and Swerve. I think it's good, and I like the visual of it. Not only them together, but Paige realizing what the fuck happened. Like, he lost his title, and now he's like, his face. Like, I liked his reaction to that. But overall, I did like that angle more than the match itself.
Mm-hmm. John, what did you think?
Yeah, I figured out I had another mic going, so I don't know how I must have sounded all this show. I've only been hearing myself on this mic.
Better now. You do sound better now.
Interesting. Well then, so the match, like you guys said, it was real 1980s, like bloody brawl rather than spot fest off the top of the cage through a table on top of a cinder block type thing. And really, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that we just came off a show where there were several bloodbath, weapons-filled matches, so the cage match was almost undercut by all that violence. But as far as people were really mad that Hangman lost, and I feel like that's sort of like that's a good thing. I don't think it was like a Mike Santana situation. It's more like people were mad because God, they just stole this from our babyface champion, rather than what the fuck are you doing? Like, what is going on?
I do think there is some valid criticism if you are not into Hook, because Hook is, I will, for lack of a better term, Hook is kind of stagnant. He's kind of just stuck in perpetually where he was when he first was introduced. He has not improved greatly from where he was in 2021, the early part of 2022, and just putting him into a main event scene and him being a key reason why Hangman is not the world champion. I understand that being the part of the criticism. If you're just complaining because you didn't get the result you wanted, then you're just a loser wrestling fan.
I don't think the louder people, I don't think a lot of the louder complaints are even like the loudest complaints. I don't even think they reference Hook, like, because he got involved in the finish, but also it's not like he's gonna be challenging for Joe's World Championship anytime soon. Like, he'll have a match with Hangman that will probably serve him really well, actually, as far as improvement if he performs well. But there's a couple other things that I don't hear getting mentioned enough. One, Raekwon, Wu-Tang, for an official AEW theme. That's wild. That's awesome. Two, Swerve is fucking massive. Where the fuck did he go for 3 months? He came back with new shoulders. It's like, holy shit.
He went through the Kyle Fletcher training regimen.
No, hyperbolic time chamber, because that's the only way he fit a year's worth of growth into those last 3 months. The music matched his new aura. Like, he came out with a whole new aura. Like, yes, that's a top guy here, and they've established that really well. But man, did he feel like it? Like, he felt like a top guy anywhere. Like, holy shit. Of course, and then like you guys mentioned, there's the cliffhanger aspect of it, which I thought they did really well. It was like some Empire Strikes Back shit. Like Hangman and Swerve, like we know they've got to get their revenge, but
yeah. And by the way, I know the show closed with just them looking at the ops. When the show went off the air, they never looked at each other.
Okay, so
they just focused on their mutual enemy, but they never acknowledged one another.
That's good. I don't want them to just be, because sometimes when people turn to baby faces, all of a sudden all logic is gone and they forgot all their old motivations. I like that they're still iffy about each other, but I don't need them beefing either. There doesn't need to be miscommunications and oh my god, he almost ran into me. Like we just arced that like last year. I think this is gonna be they don't have to team up for the tag team championships, but this is going to be really interesting. One, it's also interesting how this whole show almost ended up being like a reset. It's just like new champions out the ass. The entire main event scene was flipped on its fucking head here with Hangman losing his belt to Joe. And I don't know how much of that has to do with maybe plans for Swerve, Ospreay, and Hangman in that title reign getting thrown away because of multiple injuries or whatever. But I think that turned out.
It's also the fact that Hangman had no other heels for him.
Yeah, exactly.
They had exhausted all of the heels that he could possibly face. He faced MJF. He faced Fletcher. He's been facing Joe. He's faced Moxley twice. Like they had gone through everything. Swerve was out. Ospreay is out. Omega's not in the main event picture anymore. There was no one for Hanger to face. Ricochet got a new title. Takeshita and Okada are busy with one another. Like. Dude, so this was the best way to freshen things up. By the end of the show, it wasn't the result that I wanted, but it made a whole lot of sense that they did what they did.
I never even felt like, sometimes something will happen and I'm like, oh man, that sucks for me. I get that it works for the story, but it sucks for me. I'm a massive Hangman Adam Page fan, and I'm still like completely taken by this part of the story. Like, holy shit. I'm even more interested in what he's going to do next. That is not a stable man. I don't know what he's going to do to you people, but I am scared. But good stuff, man. Someone also pointed out the Team Taz reference that it went all the way over my head.
They did the handshake at the end. That was cool.
I love it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out was the Team Taz reference because what's his name? Hook. Sorry about that. Hook and Hobbs are pretty much where they fucking started from in AEW in the first place. So it would be nice to see some upward mobility with these guys, where it feels like actual upward mobility. But it is what it is.
Yeah,
I think Hobbs right now has so much momentum under him, and I know some of it is gonna go to waste because Joe is the main guy in the story right now. But there's got to be a way to more Hobbs than Hook. I feel like there's got to be a way to get Hobbs closer to the top of the card. And I think we can probably. Coming out of this, whatever we're going to do with Joe and Hangman or whatever, there's got to be a way for conflict between Hobbs and Joe at some point. Just to finalize and put Hobbs up on top because he'll get that win over a world champion and that'll be it. Like once from there, you can go.
Exactly. I think Good Doer brings a good point. He's a smart booking to transition Mox for Samoa Joe in the top heel spot. Curious how MJF fits in, if at all. I think they spelled it out for me personally. What they should do is Swerve should beat Joe for the AEW World Championship, whether it be at a World's End or next year at Revolution, and then MJF returns and cashes in on Swerve, and we finally get the MJF Swerve rivalry that they have honey-dicked us on for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
That is how I would book it. Don't overthink it. Just do that.
It works. It works. I was so worried. I'm not worried, but Samoa Joe was closer to the end of his career. So once he lost the world title and he was kind of in this position in the trios division and kind of like a supporting character in Hangman's story, I was like, oh, we're at the end of. We're towards the end of Joe's career. He'll probably never see a world championship again. The image of him on the ramp with the army behind him and the ops in full blast with the world title on his shoulder, like it's so unexpected for me, but it felt so good. I was like,
so good, right?
That looks good. Like that feels good. It's Joe, man. It's a motherfucking Joe. Any opportunity to give him a world title run is like, I'm already in the bag. I'm excited. I'm good. At the end of this angle, I was like, American Promotion of the Year, man. I'm sorry. Like I'm calling it in November, man. I know they still got a month left, but I'm like, what? I've felt so many fucking emotions this year. Like they have made, and not even like shoot, like, oh gosh, I wish they would. I'm talking like storytelling. They made me feel things over and over and over and over. That's fucking American Promotion of the Year. Easily. By the end of the show, I was like, call it.
Yeah, I was like that a couple months ago, man. WWE 2025, I'm ready to charge it to the game and just be like, look, man. Let's see what we can do in 2026. That Cedar Hill run was a low point for wrestling, in my opinion. Not just that company, but just for wrestling. Period. It was horrible.
Yeah, I think the Cena, the failure of the Cena retirement tour has like confused a lot of fragile mind wrestling fans, where they are like convinced that nothing in wrestling creatively has been good this year. Because of how big of a blunder that was. Yeah. It killed the business completely to the
it's because it feels like that, it's like, because that was like an easy thing to do, and it's not even like if the fans turned him, like cheered him, that would have been a big deal, they set an environment for the fans not to take the Hill run seriously and just default cheer him. It's not even like Austin's run where the they tried with Austin's run. It's just the fans didn't want to turn him heel. Cena, they didn't even fucking try after the initial turn.
Yep.
Yeah, part of me, I want to put it all on Triple H because that's the easiest thing to do, right? It's fun, they got the previous thing, but it's not. It's on. And some of it is on John Cena. He was so fucking pacified, like, oh, I'm going to do anything the company wants me to do. He's so done with pro wrestling that he had no interest in his own final storylines.
Right, yeah. He's looking at his next 5 Judd Apatow movies.
Actually,
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck about wrestling anymore. It is what it is, man.
It bothers me. And I didn't want to talk, like, I haven't made like a declarative statement about it, like, because I don't want to say anything. It's John Cena's final year. People could get really emotional about it. I didn't want to stir a fire for no reason, but he has personally disappointed me with how much he keeps publicly declaring how much he doesn't care. Like, I'll do whatever the company wants me to do, as long as the future is.
But he said that I'll give him credit, as at the beginning of the year, that was what he was saying. But it's quite obvious around the build up to SummerSlam, he took control of the keys. He made a deal with Triple H where he's going to take more control in the second half. And all Triple H said, okay, in return, Brock Lesnar squashes you on the ESPN special. Okay?
Even that, like, even that I put on Cena too, because Cena and Lesnar, I know for a fucking fact together they do that performance and they fucking have a blast laughing about it afterwards. Like, did you see that shit? Did you see how mad they were? Ha ha ha! And they fucking move on because they're fucking friendly like that. I will not put that shit on Triple H either. There's all the motherfuckers were involved together, and you all laughed about it afterwards. But particularly John Cena, I wish after all these years of championing wrestling and oh god, this and that, fuck Hollywood or whatever. I know he was gonna move on to movies, that's fine. But fuck, I wish he would have cared a little more for the first year. Damn, I really wish he would have cared a little more. I don't even want to think about that. We had such a good time with the AEW. Fuck that retirement.
Fuck all that. But yes, let's bring us to a close on our AEW Full Gear 2025 review. Want to thank you all. You guys have been awesome, sending us I think it's 15 super chats. That's the most that we've gotten in quite some time. So I appreciate all the support from Don Pello and Chuck Berries and Dion Jenkins and Jalel. Thank you so much for all the support. So final call for super chat donations. And of course, we want to hear from all of you in the comment section if you're watching us on demand. And if you're with us live, let us know your match of the night, your MVP, your LVP, your moment of the night. Whether you gave the show a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle, and out of 10, what did you give last night's pay-per-view? For myself, Kris, John, and Josh, for AEW Full Gear 2025, in 3, 2, 1. Thumbs up across the board from everyone. John, what did you give the show out of 10?
8.5. 8.5 easily. I'm going to take away a full point and a half because we paced it all fucked up and had the crowd sick of their minds. But wrestling-wise, we're pretty much perfect across the board. And even more because I thought it was going to be a nothing show.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I give it an 8.5 out of 10. This is a very solid A-tier AEW pay-per-view for 2025. Not S-tier, but definitely an A-tier type of show. Kris.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I give it an 8. I thought it was a solid show. I would not have felt bad if I missed it yesterday and caught it later. And I would have been cool, but it was a good show. Like the show last month, I would have been mad if I didn't see it live, or even like the Blood and Guts episode. I would have been pissed if I didn't see that live. This one was a good show. I'm glad I saw it, but I could have taken my wife to get dinner and drinks and sacrificed the Saturday and caught it this morning and been fine. But great, it was a good show. It was a good show.
Josh?
I give it an 8.5. Good overall show. The only nitpicks I have is basically some of the matches, should have been placed better. Like the O'Reilly and Briscoe match should have been separate from each other, just because we kind of got the same kind of style of match when it comes to the blood and stuff. And also maybe it was a little too long. But overall, I thought it was still a great show.
What was your MVP for the show, Josh?
My MVP? I'm gonna have to. Shit, I would say Mark Briscoe.
John?
I'm gonna go with Kyle Fletcher because of the Vegeta reference in his entrance. God, that was so good because not only is it a Vegeta reference, it's double layered. Vegeta always talks shit and gets his ass beat. Kyle Fletcher dropped the Vegeta reference and lost his title. That was perfect.
Kris.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna give it to Swerve, because I was glad to see him, and I earlier in the day, on my Facebook page, people were saying that he was going to come back, and not come back, but they said that he was healed and he was coming back. And usually when I hear that kind of scuttle, it's like, is this guy might be showing up tonight? But I kind of shrugged it off, and then he showed up, so that was cool. And then also Briscoe, I was really happy to see him win that kind of title on the main roster. Because I mean, winning the ROH title is cool, but ever since AEW bought it, it's pretty much been their kind of third brand, like their version of NXT, except not really developmental, but not the main show. So yeah, it was good seeing Mark Briscoe win that belt.
My MVP is ROH World Champions. Kyle O'Reilly, Mark Briscoe, Samoa Joe.
Yeah.
Match of the night, FTR, Brodido. Kris?
Yeah, after thinking about it, I think I'm going to have to go with FTR and Brodido also.
John?
Kyle O'Reilly, John Moxley.
Josh?
I have to go with the tag team world championship match.
All right. LVP for the show, Josh.
LVP? John Moxley. He lost again. He tapped out like a bitch again.
John?
LVP is probably going to have to go to maybe Tony for letting that crowd get away from him under his ass on such a good show. We were this close to having perfection, my friend.
See, you got the right answer. That's the right answer. But it's no LVP for me. I'm going with Hook because
I knew this was gonna be what they were gonna do with the angle, especially because Hook tapped out 2 weeks in a row. I was like, oh, he's definitely turning heel. He'll probably rejoin the Ops. I literally said that on that episode. So, but to have it go down and then it just be received that way, I have to give him some credit for LVP. But the real LVP is Tony Khan, because this is your third year out of 4 that you've done a full gear in New Jersey, and you're still doing the same stupid fucking mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Get it together, Kris.
Yeah, I should probably give it to Tony Khan because I've gone to those shows at the Prudential Center. It's, you know, the crowds there are they always start off good, but then like somewhere along the way it just kind of gets stagnant and it gets boring in there, you know, and you know it's just not comfortable after a minute. But I do have to give it to Hook as well. I mean, I have to get the guy is just is the same guy. There's like no layers to him. The way people were going crazy for him in 2021, 2022, you think he'd be like a serious contender by now, but you know he's still a nobody. He's still a flunky, you know, and it's just you know, and when you see him out there, and everyone knew the heel turn was coming, you know, and it was, I knew this in a bad way. It wasn't like, oh, he's turning heel, I want to see the journey. It's like, oh my god, this fucker is turning heel. So I got to give it to Hook.
Yeah. We got Davion who said the crowd got tired midway through the show. That's incorrect. They got tired after Mark Briscoe won the title and there's 3 matches left. That's not the middle of the show. That is literally the last half of the show. They got tired. They were tired at that point. Let's keep it real. Yeah, thank you. 75% into the show. You gotta be accurate. I told y'all once, I'll tell y'all again. Y'all say anything incorrect, I'm more likely than not gonna call you out on it. Moment of the night, Swerve's return. Kris?
Yeah, Swerve's return. I thought that was pretty cool.
John?
Ricochet jumping into that Death Riders train of into Orange Cassidy in the corner.
Josh?
Returning.
And that brings us to an end on another edition of our pay-per-view review. This is our longest, our biggest pay-per-view review that we've done, talking about a 5-hour pay-per-view with the pre-show. But thank you so much to the panel that we got here. We got some of the best wrestling minds out there, some of the most knowledgeable and some of the most funnest. So I appreciate both Kris and John for joining us today.
And shout out to you for getting the media, man, because I remember me and Romeo being on that fucking scrum call, and I don't think either one of us got to ask a question. So, like, I'm glad that you got your credentials and all that, bro.
Hell yeah! Shout out to getting in that room. Those people.
The ban has been lifted.
They're so
the ban has been lifted. They really are. Like, oh
Bro,
my god!
So you're gonna tell me I can interview Tony Khan, but I can't go to the media room? You motherfuckers!
Right,
yeah.
Like, I don't understand how they picked that shit.
What's your I know. Listen, no hate to anybody else who got in the room. What the fuck is the Waffle House guy doing? I'm fucking doing. Do you need me to ask about McDonald's? Listen, he's fine. He's fine, right? He's a cool guy. He seems to be a very nice guy. No problems with him. But what the fuck is he doing? I'm not doing.
Was it Meg? Was it Meg that got you the? She's not there anymore, is she?
No, it's Matt and Adam is a part of their PR team, which is much improved. It's better communication. It's so much better. Literally, I applied for All In, but I was in the UK and I forgot to tell them I wasn't coming, and they called me to be like, "Is everything okay? You're not here."
Are you
so
alive?
like that
here, buddy.
Yo, that's never happened to me before with any wrestling PR. So they are
like Meg
much better.
Games with me for like 3 fucking months, and then finally get on the scrum call, and then that bullshit. So anyway,
we'll see. Hopefully they're not watching, but thank you guys. Thank you, Sid.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Kris. We'll give you the floor. Let everybody know where they can follow you on social media and when they might see you again. We'll start with John.
Follow me on Dirt Sheet Radio. It's my baby. I created it. I love it. We talk about pop culture. My goal is to get you wrestling fans to watch things other than wrestling during the week, so that you can have a more nuanced opinion on things. So follow Dirt Sheet Radio, where we cover pro wrestling, pop culture, comics, movies, TV, all that shit. Dirt Sheet Radio on all platforms. Dirt Sheet Radio. So easy to find. Google us.
They're doing great stuff. That's my favorite thing to watch when I wake up at 5 a.m. and they're still going after an episode of Dynamite. Kris, let everybody know where they can follow you.
All right. Well, first, John, it's good meeting you, John. I've been watching you for a while, so it's cool to finally be on air with you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you can follow me on Substack, talking everything political. Sorry for the tech issues, everyone. Earlier, I don't know what the hell was going on. I got that 404 error. So, and I do have political media I have to make in the morning. So. Hopefully it's fixed by then, but yeah, post wrestling, whenever we do these shows, and on my Substack, and follow a brother.
Yes, indeed. I think Josh had technical
difficulties, but you can follow him on the Twitter machine at JMPunk321. He'll be back with us on the flagship podcast next Saturday. You can follow me on the Twitter machine at TrueHillSB3. Follow the gang, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok at TrueHillHeat. Patreon.com/TrueHillHeat. $3 a month. Gets you exclusive content. The best way to support us when we are not live here. Go over and check out the True Hill Heat flagship podcast from yesterday with True Jaw Josh, myself, and Miss Chrissy Love, breaking down this week in pro wrestling and our final predictions for Full Gear last night. And of course, I will be back on Tuesday, 1:05 p.m. Eastern time with Rated Raw Review to review Monday Night Raw tomorrow night's Monday Night Raw. But for Josh, for John, for Kris, it is me, your True Hill Phenom SP3. This has been our AEW Full Gear 2025 review. We are signing off until next time.